to stream. It's like I haven't even put out the go live, like the now live notifications because I'm afraid that YouTube Studio is just gonna be like, Lamau, no. Oh, YouTube Studio, have you caught up? Have you caught up, YouTube? Maybe. Distinct, maybe. Maybe. Okay, I'm going to do the stupid thing. I'm going to refresh YouTube Studio, see if that helps. Oh yeah, that was the very stupid thing. Alright, different web browser. OperaGX, why do you have to be like this? Noisy browser. Yeah, so... Oh, it's not even loading. Oh no. Service is unavailable. What do you mean the service is unavailable? I'm so confused right now. Can people actually see me? Because YouTube Studio is not behaving. DM, you're late for the shenanigans. You're a bit late, Tavern Keeper. Not for lack of trying. Assuming people can hear me. Because I can't get any feedback from YouTube Studio. It's just refusing to show me the stream preview. Basically, YouTube itself is having some issues, it seems. It was working. I hear you. Yes! Okay, can you see me? I'm assuming yes because you can hear me, but hard to tell. Okay. Okay, there we go. There we go. It's actually fully loaded. Okay, so now that that's working, to my credit, I started stream on time. I started stream 5 minutes ago. YouTube Studio has been having so many issues. It took 3 of them to actually get it cooperating and acknowledging that OBS was connected to it. So let's get this show on the road, shall we? Oh my god. Oh, we should actually probably like give ourselves like music first. But yeah, so I'm going to be babysitting it. Because this is distinctly a YouTube Studio / YouTube issue. So if YouTube decides it doesn't wanna... Someone just sent me a pocket mirror in Archipelago. Wow. I forgot Terraria was Archipelago compatible. Like, I genuinely straight up forgot. Can we? There we go. But yeah, so... Time to suffer! What are you going to do if you plan on changing your strategy? Oh, I forgot we were in this conversation! But yeah, so... I can make the Ankh Shield now. Yeah! Nice. I don't know what the Ankh Shield does, but that sounds amazing. But yeah, so basically, if stream ends early, it is straight up just YouTube having problems. Because my internet is actually very cooperative today, and of course I just jinxed it. But yeah, no, if anything happens and the stream goes down, I blame YouTube. because it does not want to be working right now. Oh, poor Pearl. That's right. He's holding Maya hostage. What should I do? That's not something I can answer for you. Mr. Edgeworth. Oh no, right? Only you can decide where to go from here. 1 year ago, at that time, I didn't truly understand what a prosecutor was. And that is why I had to leave the prosecutor's office. I felt that I couldn't stand in a court of law until I knew what a prosecutor really was. And now, Wright, it's your turn. My turn? What is this thing called a lawyer? What can you do as one? You must find the answer, and you must find it on your own. Wow, this is getting, like, very philosophical about being a lawyer. But then again, it's because our client is actually guilty-ish. I'm a lawyer, but to fight for someone who's clearly a killer. Matt, on guard. That man is really... It doesn't matter who, every person deserves a proper defense and a fair trial. Isn't that the basis of our judicial system? Proper defense? But what exactly is that? Is it where a lawyer forcibly and blindly gets an acquittal through shouting and trickery? Ironic that you of all people should say such a thing. Isn't that exactly how you fought for your clients up until now? Well, that may be true, but that's because I believe my clients to be innocent from the bottom of my heart. But if I were to get on guard and acquittal, that isn't a proper defense at all. I became a lawyer because I thought I could save people who were suffering and in pain. But when I look at this mess we're in, I can't even protect the person closest to me. Even if I win the case, I still lose in the end. I just don't know what to do. Right? Once you get a hold of yourself, you have it all wrong. Huh? We aren't some sort of heroes. We're only human, you and I. You want to save someone. That's something easier said than done, wouldn't you say? You are a defense attorney. You can't run away from that. You can only fight. That's all you can do. People like you and Francisca Valkarma are always using all you have to pin me down. You fight to the very end, even when you know the truth is not with you. But I'm not like you. I can't fight for a false verdict, for a man I clearly know to be guilty. Francisca, she fights for herself. The only thing she fights for is her perfect win record. That's all. And isn't that the same as you? Isn't that why you ran away a year ago? Ooh. Because your precious win record was destroyed? You are so petty. I see. Now I understand why you despise me so. However, you are mistaken. What do you... Thanks to you, when you sealed off my path to a perfect win record, I began to realize the error of my ways. I realized that things such as a perfect record were meaningless. What? I don't believe you. Are you saying that is why you left the prosecutor's office? But then, why? Why are you here now? The answer to that is something you will find out on your own. I have faith you will see it before the verdict is read tomorrow. What on earth? But if you can't, then you will be powerless to change the ending of the story. Mr. Nick, the transceiver! I'm sorry for what happened earlier. Now then, Mr. Attorney, do you wager you can obtain an acquittal tomorrow? My, what is the matter, Mr. Attorney? I don't sense your usual anger this time. Tell me, please. Why are you holding Maya hostage for Mr. Onguard's sake? Why are you doing this for that cold-blooded killer? Right. Please don't misunderstand things. He is my client. There we go, YouTube. You got this. Don't toy with me. A man who hires an assassin is just as much of a killer himself. I believe you were asking me for a reason as to why I am doing what I am. Yeah. This is what I like to call my aftercare. What the heck is aftercare? My name carries a certain amount of honor and dignity, Mr. Attorney. I take great care to ensure that no suspicion falls upon my clients for my handiwork. This This is what is called client relations, and it is a part of an assassin's duty. Assassin's duty? We were unlucky this time, and my client was arrested as a suspect. As a result, I did what I had to do to enlist your expert help, Mr. Attorney, and to ensure that you would do everything in your power to the very end. What is your name? I believe I told you once before. However, hi, Alistair. You did, but my name is the Killer, Shelly the Killer. You're Shelly the Killer. Please keep in mind you do not have much space to maneuver with me. As a killer, I always finish what I set out to do. If you fail to keep up your end of the bargain, Maya, it would be my duty as an assassin to see to it she receives a nice long nap. Oh no! Now then, if you'll excuse me, if someone were to trace this signal back to me, it would be quite troublesome. Not Shoo! Shelly's got Shoo. I don't know what to say. Edgeworth. Hmm? Did you hear that at the end of that transmission? Huh? Oh, it sounded like a cat. A cat? And we're all just, it can't be that cat it? What is it? I think I know where Shelly the Killer is holding Maya hostage. Edgeworth, have all police units head for On Guard Mansion immediately. Alright, you hurry over as well then. Don't lose hope yet, Pearl. The fight has only just begun. Yeah. I'm trying to remember how to get there. Neither of them. I'm really sorry, but I don't care. I don't want to talk to her. I'm trying to remember how to actually, like... No, it's hotel lobby to... There we go. Our second On Guard Mansion living room. Maya, please answer us, Mystic Maya. We have this area completely surrounded. There is no way for him to escape. Assuming he's still in the area. I can't believe it. That butler, all this time, he was the killer. He and On Guard were working together all this time. I'm sure they had worked out a contingency plan ahead of time. Was twirling his mustache, petting Shoo like an evil mastermind. I know, right? Let's see. Oh, it's a figurine of a bear. But there are a lot of cuts in it for some reason. A wooden bear-shaped figurine. It's covered in many thin cuts. A bear? Isn't that more of a thing for Mr. Kurita? Why would something like this be here? Right, look down. There's a little pet door installed here. Ah, I'm sure that's for Shoo. Do you think that this came through that little door? The store, it's locked. Well, I'm pretty used to breaking doors down by now. Let's go, Edgeworth. There's no one here. From the looks of this room, I would say this is On Guard's private lounge. Look at this, right? An antenna for sending and receiving video signals on a VCR. Check inside the deck. If there's a tape, it would be an important piece of evidence. If we're lucky, it'll have the moment the crime was committed recorded on it. I'm sorry, but the tape deck is empty. There's no tape to be found. No. But there's no mistake that someone used this to record something. It looks like someone took the tape we're looking for and escaped with it. We've searched all over, but it looks like he got away. I'm sorry. It looks like he slipped out of our grasp this time. And now, we've lost our only lead. Don't give up yet. That little girl is looking to you to be her pillar. Yeah, you're right. We're close, I can tell. We've already set up checkpoints along every route leading out of this district. Leave the rest to us. Maya. Alright, well, time to scour the place for clues. This looks like a picture of Ms. Impax. With love, Celeste. Ms. Impax? You mean... Yes, Mr. Kurita's former manager. Why would a picture of Ms. Impax be here in Mr. On Guard's mansion? And why does it say with love? This might be a clue. Add it to the court record. Ah! What's wrong, Pearl? Please let me see that picture frame. Huh? What's so special about the frame? On the back, there's something written on the back of the frame. Maya? It's Mystic Maya. She left us a message. What? I thought you'd come. I knew you would. Now listen up. You'd better get on guard a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creepy slime bag and not guilty, I'll never forgive you, ever. I'm fine, so you don't need to worry. There's so much I want to write, but I don't think I have a lot of time left. Pearl, you're there too, right? Make sure you help Nick, okay? Someone's got to watch out for the helpless one. That's it for now, Nick. I guess I'll talk to you guys later. She's so chill about it all. No. Mystic Maya. Right. What's wrong? Why the blink stare? Oh, nothing. We've searched the house and this is the last room. It looks like he eluded us. Edgeworth. Yes? As far as clues go, I think this is about all I'm going to get. But I'm still short one last thing. And what is that? Miss Andrews' psych clock. Ah, yes, if I could just find out what secret she's holding, then I think I stand a chance in court tomorrow. To blow this case wide open and expose the truth. I think I know what you're thinking. I'll contact the detention center. Thanks, Edgeworth. Well, let's go, Pearl. It's time to open that last lock. Okay, cool. It's just going to teleport us there? Love that for us. Good evening, Mr. Wright. What's wrong? You look ill. Miss Andrews. I've come to remove your psych. Psych. Why are we telling her? She has no idea what we're talking about. I want to know and you will tell me. Your secret. Ooh. Fine, go ahead. Try to break me if you can. So it's one lock, but it's very mighty. Yeah, this case is, it's something. It's been wild. Absolutely wild. Why frame him? Can you please tell me why you framed Mr. On Guard for the murder? I've already told you countless times it's because I thought Matt was the killer. No, that's not it. I know you have a personal reason to dislike Mr. On Guard. Miss Andrews, you may think I didn't hear it, but I know you said something earlier. You said revenge. So you're saying I was taking my revenge out on Matt and that's why? What an absurd idea. I don't have anything I want to take revenge for. Miss Andrews, a woman who lives by being dependent on other people. There is something or someone in her past that would make her take revenge. And we know that is Celeste. There's only one catalyst that could cause such strong feelings and even revenge. And that is Miss Impax's suicide. What are you trying to say? Celeste was Juan's manager. On top of that, the one who hit her suicide note was also Juan. Hello, Jez. Can see you not to get... Uh-huh. Are you sure? What does all this have to do with Matt? You're right, you haven't mentioned him yet. But for you to hate Mr. On Guard, it would mean that he must have had some relation to Miss Impax and her suicide. Can you explain to me this relation between Celeste and Matt? And oh, no, that's not what I wanted! I hate everything. I hit the wrong button. I wanted the frame. Yeah. YouTube being dumb and had me behind. Yeah. No, YouTube is having a distinct moment. Oh, actually, that also reminds me. I should probably tell people I'm live. Since it's kind of working, I should probably tell people. Let's see. I can spell. There we go. You know what? This is just gonna be for the Discord peeps, because going through and doing it all for the Twitter. Oh my goodness, so many copy pastes to get the Twitter notification going. Oh lord. Gotta copy paste the hashtags, make sure they're all correct. Oh my god, all the emotes. Oh, lord. Suffering. This is a photo of Miss Inpex, correct? She looks younger than when she passed away, though. What? With love, Celeste. This is Miss Inpex's handwriting, isn't it? Where did you find this? No, that's alright. It was a rhetorical question. Yeah, it is. I found this at Mr. Oncard's mansion. And after all this time, my last remaining secret has been revealed. Celeste, she was supposed to get married to Juan. Yes, but I heard that it didn't work out. Because Mr. Kurita didn't want to get married to her anymore, right? Yes, because of Matt. Because of Mr. On Guard? What do you mean? I think I can see where this is going. Celeste, she was Matt's manager a long time ago. She was the happiest woman in the world at the time. I was working part-time back then, and I often saw the two of them together. So that's why With Love, Celeste is written on the frame of that picture. They were a couple, weren't they? It wasn't anything as splendid as that. Celeste was being used. Toyed with until she was thrown away. That's so horrible. Matt's entire image is built around how nice and wonderful of a man he is. A scandal would have destroyed that. Which is why Celeste, in her kindness, moved over to Worldwide Studios. And that is where she met Juan. She seemed really happy with him, even happier than when she was with Matt. Celeste and Juan were such a good match that they were even planning to get married. And then it was suddenly called off. On the night Juan called their marriage off, Celeste, she killed herself. And that's why I framed Matt. It was revenge for Celeste and for myself. I'm sure even you can guess why Juan called the wedding off, right? Matt, quote-unquote, confessed to Juan about his relationship with Celeste. I see, so that's what happened. But then why did Mr. Kurita have to call off the wedding? I don't understand at all. It was probably because of his worthless male pride. Juan and Matt were always fierce rivals. Matt waited for the wedding announcement and then unleashed the truth on Juan. He was aiming for when it would hurt Juan the most. Poor Miss Impax. That wasn't the end of it. That day, I'm almost certain that Celeste left a suicide note behind. And in that note, she left a detailed account of Matt's various misdeeds, and so that she would never again be hurt by Matt, she chose to die. Then, when Juan discovered her body, he hid her note. But why would he do that? It's simple. Juan realized that note was a powerful weapon against Matt. And it would be especially damaging to his quote-unquote refreshing like a spring breeze image. In any case, with his pride hurt, Juan sought revenge. Revenge. There's that word again. Juan wanted to publicly disclose the contents of that suicide note. Lord! At a time that would cause Matt the most damage, of course. These two! Or like, if the Petty Olympics were real, and it was just those two, they'd be tired for gold. My god! And that was at the press conference after the stage show. I know all about it because I heard it all from Juan. It was so I could find out about all this that I drew close to Juan to begin with. They're quite a pair of hideous monsters, aren't they? Even Celeste's death was something for them to use in their game. That night when I found Juan's body, it was only natural that I thought the murderer was Matt. Those two were always spying on one another after all. As for me, I was frantically searching for Celeste's suicide note. I wanted to destroy it before it ever went public. I was going to burn it. I had even brought a lighter. But I couldn't find the suicide note, and that's when revenge crossed my mind. Yes, I was going to bring to them my own kind of cruel revenge. Celeste was killed by those two monsters. So when I stabbed one's body with that knife, I didn't feel a single shred of guilt. And that's all I have to say. Well, Mr. Wright, even knowing all this, are you still going to help that man? I'm a lawyer. I see. What a foul profession. Thank you very much for your time and for talking with me. It was no big deal. I couldn't sleep anyway. I can't sleep either, not with my situation or with what I know now. To be continued. So this should boot us into the trial. Got some more coffee in me, my god. Sir, how did I get into this mess? That's far enough. You can't run forever, Mr. Phoenix, right? Oh, we're having a nightmare. What have I done wrong? I cannot allow you to go on like this. But I'm just a simple defense attorney. Silence. You are no longer worthy of your title. Dramatic nightmare sequence. I've had this dream before, someplace, some time ago. As if this day was written into my destiny. Today, I'll stand in court as a lawyer. To prove a killer is innocent. Defendant lobby number 3. Hello, this is Phoenix Wright. You don't look so well, dude. You're gonna prove me not guilty today, right? If you please, Mr. Lawyer. Remember, it's not just me. Your precious friend's life is riding on today's verdict, too. Ugh. Now listen up. You better get on guard a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creepy slime bag and not guilty, I'll never forgive you, ever. Maya. Phoenix. Phoenix! Hi, Mia! She just appears. How's Maya? I don't know. You don't know? She hasn't tried to channel me since yesterday. Mia, what am I supposed to do? Well, like I said, for a lawyer, the worst of times are when you have to force your biggest smiles. But you can't give up. There's still some hope left. Stop it, please. There's nothing left. Not here, not anywhere. Is that a cursed on guard again? Will you leave me alone? Look, don't call me anymore. I mean it. You're really mean, pal. Gumshoe, I'm really, really sorry. Where are you? They let me join the investigation team and we're chasing after the killer, pal. Then you have some sort of lead? Sorry, but right now we've got 0 leads on the guy. But we're not going to give up. Gumshoe, until the trial is over, until the verdict is handed down, we're going to do everything we can and find a killer. If we can get Maya out, then you can get on guard the guilty verdict he deserves, pal. That's true. I could do that if they found Maya first. You got that? So you have to do whatever you can to make the trial last longer. I have to make the trial last longer? If you go at Mr. Edgeworth with everything you've got, then you two can draw it out. Oh, now I get it. I believe in you, pal. You and Mr. Edgeworth can do it. So, believe in us. We're going to give it all we've got, just like you. Got it. Thanks, Gumshoe. Hey, Phoenix. You understand now, don't you? You have something money will never be able to buy, friendship. It's the strongest weapon in the world and you have it in abundance. Yeah. We are going to win this case by the power of friendship. Love it. Looks like we're coming to the end. I have to make the trial last as long as I can. Gumshoe will come through, I know it. Edgeworth, Gumshoe, Maya, Mia, Pearl, who's currently Mia. Court is now in session for the trial of Matt Ungard. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Now, as I recall, we concluded yesterday's session with a big mystery on our hands. The mystery being, what exactly was Miss Adrian Andrews' role in this murder? That is to say, is she really connected to the crime itself? Mr. Edgeworth, if you would please inform the court of today's proceedings. Adrian Andrews. She forged evidence that threw suspicion onto Mr. Ungard, and then proceeded to escape the crime scene by wearing a nickel samurai costume. The guilt of these actions are those from which she cannot escape. Then you're saying that she is guilty after all? I'm not finished, Your Honor. Ms. Andrews has nothing to do with committing the actual murder. I would like to direct the court's attention to this card. What is that? It looks like a shell. This is the calling card of a certain assassin. An assassin, you say? Yes, Juan Carita was killed by a professional assassin. And the person who hired the assassin, his client, so to speak, is Matt Ungard. What a surprising turn of events. I would think it's become commonplace by now, Your Honor. I know what's going on this time. So I know that everything Edgeworth has said is true. But we still have to hold out as long as we can. At least until Maya is safe and sound. I wonder how the trial will turn out today. Now then, please call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution calls the defendant's mentor, Mr. Will Powers, to the stand. Ooh. Oh yeah, that's right. He's testifying. Now then, witness, your name and occupation, please. Okay. I'm, Will Powers. I'm a poor, underpaid action star. And what is your relation to the defendant? Well, that's, I guess I'm sort of a lousy mentor to him in a way, yeah. Mr. Powers, please, you don't need to put yourself down so much. Oh, sorry. Well, I'm just kind of a nothing sort of guy. On the night of the murder, you visited the defendant's room. Is this correct? Yes. I didn't know that. But you know, I didn't actually get to see Matt when I went. All you need to do is answer what you were asked. Now then, I would like you to please testify about when you went to Mr. Ungard's room. Okay, sure. After the awards ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. I was standing there in front of his room, still in his nickel samurai costume. He was talking with someone. At first, I thought it was the bellboy. I watched the two of them for a while, but then I gave up and went back. I had guests with me that night, and I couldn't make them wait for me. Nothing sounds out of place in Mr. Powers' testimony. And talking with the bellboy is no big deal, if one assumes that the person Mr. Ungard was speaking with was an ordinary bellboy. What are you implying? Well, Mr. Wright, let's have your cross-examination, shall we? Looks like we're in another sticky situation. Huh? A trap. Can't you smell it, Phoenix? But for us to find out more, we're just going to have to charge in head first, right? Oh, because he's basically going to try to get us to argue that the bellboy is the assassin, I'm assuming. Or otherwise kind of trap us around that particular bellboy equals assassin. After the award ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. The defendant's room? Why did you go there? Well, I'm his mentor, like a big brother sort of, and I wanted to say congrats. What's wrong? Why did you stop? Mr. Wright. What is it? You're going to try to trick me into a corner, aren't you? Huh? I know I'm just a poor underpaid action star, but I'm not the killer. No one said you were, Mr. Powers. No, please, don't trick me! Every time you do your lawyer thing, the witness suddenly turns into the bad guy. Every time. Witness. I will personally talk to the defense at a later time. So for now, please kindly cooperate and continue with your testimony. Sorry. So you went to the defendant's room and then? Hey, wait a minute. When and how did I suddenly turn into the bad guy here? Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in his nickel samurai costume. Are you sure that was Matt on guard? Yeah, I'm sure. He wasn't wearing the nickel samurai mask then. If that's the case, then he really can't be mistaken. And what was the defendant doing standing in front of his own room? I need information. At first, what do you mean by that? Well, he was in a bellboyish uniform and he had a bottle of juice on a tray. Sounds like an ordinary bellboy to me. Yeah, but I didn't think he was a normal bellboy. And why was that? Why did I think that, Mr. Wright? How am I supposed to know? Sorry, but I can't remember right now. Sorry. I guess I'm going to have to wait patiently on this one. I watched the two of them for a while, and then I gave up and went back. Okay. I need information. You saw the two of them, the bellboy and the defendant, together, correct? Yeah, the bellboy just wanted to say congrats. Now, while you were watching the two of them, did you notice anything strange? You know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip. A tip? But that's a perfectly normal thing to do. So how long did you watch the two of them? Not more than a minute or two, I think. I guess with me. So who are these guests you're talking about? You guys, of course, you and Maya and Little Pearl. I thought it would be really rude since I invited you guys if I disappeared on you. So I went back to my seat pretty soon after seeing Matt in the hallway. This is like squeezing water from a stone. It's probably pointless to press further. Do you remember this incident? Did Mr. Powers leave his seat that night? I don't remember that happening at all. Maya was making such a racket in her hyper state, I ended up focusing on her. I see. In any case, from his story, he probably wasn't gone for very long. Alright, so... I wonder. Will he suddenly remember? Actually, Mr. Powers, only a few minutes ago you stated... Ah, there we go. You know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip. Could it be that you felt something strange about the tip-giving incident itself? Ah! Yeah, that's it. You really know your job. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor? This bellboy, he wasn't an ordinary one, was he? Perhaps we should let the witness tell us. Very well. Mr. Powers, please amend your testimony. You mean about the bellboy, right? Okay. So he gave the bellboy a tip. What's so strange about that? Well, you see, Matt's not a poor penny pincher like me. I was trying to figure out how much it was because the tip really shocked me. How much it was? But that's when something even more surprising happened. The bellboy was putting the tip he got in his pocket, and that's when I got my first good look at the guy's face. I was really shocked. I'm afraid I don't follow at all. It sounds like Mr. Powers was surprised twice by this event. I wonder which of his shocking moments I should ask about. The defendant is a huge star. He can afford to give generous tips, wouldn't you agree? Sure. But giving him that much was maybe a little too much, I think. A little too much? Would you please clarify for the court about how much would you say the defendant gave to the bellboy? Honestly, I don't know. I can't even begin to guess. And why is that? Because he gave the bellboy a really, really fat roll of cash. A roll of cash. That is a assassin payment if I've ever seen it. Ah, well, how interesting. That certainly was a very generous tip, wasn't it? A very fat roll of cash? That can hardly be called a tip, Your Honor. The judge is beginning to look awfully suspicious of us. Gotta make it last longer. The defendant is a superstar. That kind of tip is typical fare for people like him. Are you saying that all superstars are super spenders? If I could receive large rolls of cash by simply bringing people things on trays, then why on earth would I stand around here prosecuting? He's got a point. I don't even get paid, let alone rolls of cash for all my hard work. So supposing that roll of cash was not a tip, then what was it? Payment, Your Honor. Payment? Isn't it obvious? For the murder of Mr. Juan Carita, then the bellboy the witness saw. Yes, he was the assassin. Hold your horses now. Mr. Edgeworth, you don't have any proof of this, do you? Have I ever been unprepared to support my claims, Your Honor? I have here the card Shelley DeKiller left at the scene of the crime. Shelley DeKiller? He is the person the police's special investigations team has been chasing for ages. I am certain that the person the witness saw was this very assassin, Shelley DeKiller. Really? What's wrong, Mr. Powers? No, nothing. Something just clicked in my head and I think I just figured something out. Oh? Actually, I saw that bellboy again later on that night. What? Oh. Talking to Maya. Mr. Powers, please testify. Tell us what you saw. Yes, sir. Right away. Oh, that's going to make us look really bad. Oh, no. This time, I was in that hallway because I had to go to the bathroom. And that's when that bellboy I saw earlier came out of the room. Okay, never mind. Okay. Of course, when I say room, I mean Juan Carita's room. Now that I think about it, that bellboy did seem kind of out of place. Yeah, so he had to be the assassin, I'm sure of it. I mean... Thank you very much. That is all we need. That is all we need for now. Aren't we trying to get the guilty verdict on guard? Okay, so yes, but first, okay, so basically it's kind of a two-part. So first we need to draw out the trial long enough for the police to find and rescue Maya. Then and only then can we get the guilty on guard. Because then she will be safe from Shelley DeKiller. The problem is that if it comes out that Maya was kidnapped by Shelley DeKiller, and like our case, like our defense is tainted by her kidnapping, that makes us look bad, just as lawyers. Now, granted, we're being blackmailed, technically. Extorted. But that's still not a great look on our part. So yes, we do want that guilty on guard. It's just the manner of which we get it has to be kind of specific. Huh? But I'm not done. There's still more. Let us first establish that the bellboy was truly Mr. DeKiller, then we shall see. So the bellboy came out of the victim's room, and if that bellboy really was the assassin, then I think the answer is fairly obvious. That would be correct, Your Honor. Well, Mr. Ray, I believe it's your turn to entertain and make us laugh. Ha 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 ha. This is no laughing matter. I speak for yourself. And what time was it? Well, I don't remember. The award ceremony ended around 8 p.m., right? And I went to Matt's room pretty soon after that, and then I came back, and then I went to the bathroom. So I guess maybe it was around 8:10 p.m. by then? You're not one for details, are you, Mr. Powers? Sorry. I thought I could maybe catch Matt and say my congrats. And then that's when that bellboy I saw earlier came out of the room. Are you sure it was the same bellboy? Yeah, and how could you tell? All the bellboys wear the same uniform after all. But you see, well, he had those stitches in his face. Ugh. So I'm sure it's the same guy that was talking with Matt. So which room did the bellboy come out of? Of course, when I say room, I mean Juan Carita's room. The victim's room, huh? Yeah, the one with all the really pretty flowers and teddy bears. It was Juan's room, alright. Words cannot describe how screwed I am. Let's continue with the testimony, shall we? So what exactly was so out of place about him? Right. Why the insipid grin? Maybe because I have no idea what damaging thing he's going to say next. Well, the bellboy was empty-handed. Empty-handed? That bellboy was one of those room service people, right? But he wasn't pushing a cart and he wasn't holding a tray either. You'd call that a little strange too, wouldn't you? I agree that it is a bit strange, Mr. Powers. But is it really that unusual for a bellboy to be empty-handed? What should I do? Should I let Mr. Powers' testimony slide, or try to pull a fast one? There's nothing strange or unusual about an empty-handed bellboy. But here, there really is. There really isn't.
Objection!
If you two are done being school children, bellboys are for room service. There's no reason for them to be empty-handed ever. Your Honor, I ask that the witness's previous statement be supplanted with this new one. Ugh, Edgeworth, are you going to do whatever you can to make the bellboy look suspicious? I see, very well. This court recognizes and grants the prosecution's request. Mr. Powers, if you could amend your testimony, please. Yes, sir. I thought it was kind of strange for a bellboy to come out of the guest room empty-handed. I want to push again. So you're saying that it's suspicious for him to be empty-handed? Yeah, really suspicious. I mean, when I first saw that bellboy, he was holding a tray in his hand. And there was a bottle of juice and a wine glass on it. Oh, it's... I just realized the juice is supposed to be wine. That took me way too long to realize. But yeah, no, that's supposed to be wine. What kind of juice was it? I'm pretty sure it was tomato juice. If we could come up with some sort of reason as to why he would come out empty-handed, some sort of proof, then I think we can dodge the bullet on this one for now. Proof, huh? Sounds like another job for the court record. Yeah, I think for that one, I think we just need to do wine glass. Well, it's either wine glass or crime photo. I think it's champagne, actually. Wine tends to be grape juice. You know, I mean, either way, it's supposed to be some sort of alcohol. Yeah, it's a wine. Oh! But see, the thing is that champagne, if you're not serving it in a champagne flute, you put it in a wine glass. And honestly, this quote-unquote wine glass gives me more champagne vibes. Because it reminds me more of a champagne flute. Because it's tall and narrow. So I can see champagne or wine either way. But yeah, so I'm inclined to think we can probably... That's not what I care for. Yeah, no, honestly, I'm not a huge, like, wine/champagne person, personally. But yeah, we can probably use this. Actually, you know what? This one confirms both the bottle and the glass. So we'll do the crime photo first. Not that one. This one. We'll try this one first. And then, if that doesn't work, we'll do the wine glass by itself. Yeah. There we go. Mr. Powers. Yes? You're easily influenced by other people's words, aren't you? As soon as you heard that the bellboy might have been the killer, you got caught up in believing it must be true. But, isn't he really suspicious? He's got all those stitches, and... So? A baseball has stitches? Are you saying all baseballs are suspicious because they have stitches? Well, there's also, I mean, what about him being empty-handed? I would like to ask the court to please take a look here. This is the crime scene. There is a wine glass sitting next to Mr. Kurita's body. The liquid inside this glass is tomato juice. And now, if you would look at what is on top of the table in the lower right corner here, anyone can clearly see that it is a tray with a bottle of tomato juice on it. The bellboy had just brought this to Mr. Kurita's room. He left the tray in the room, which is why he was empty-handed when he left. But that would mean that the bellboy had seen and left a dead body in the room. Ah, but can you prove that Mr. Kurita was already dead at that time? Mr. Edgeworth? Yes? I blame you for leading me down this route! I'm terribly sorry. Oh, no, did we just fall in a trap? What is with him? Why is he laughing? Witness, isn't there one more thing you would like to share with us? Is there? The bellboy was empty-handed, or should I say empty-handed? I recall you had something interesting to say about his hands. Oh yeah, I almost forgot! Huh? What? That bellboy, he was wearing gloves. Gloves? Yeah, pitch black leather ones. All the other bellboys don't wear gloves like that, right? Black leather gloves? Why didn't you mention them earlier? Sorry, it slipped my mind. Boy, does this make the bellboy look really suspicious. Alright, gotta focus, I can't get lax here. So what if he had gloves? A lot of bellboys wear gloves. Come on, Mr. Wright, that bellboy was wearing black leather ones. So, a football is made of leather. There's nothing strange or wrong about gloves, bro. Are you saying all footballs are suspicious because they are made of leather? Man, Phoenix Wright, Mr. probably couldn't tell you a soccer ball from a frisbee. And he's over here making all the sports analogies. Oh, no. But that man, he received a large roll of cash from the defendant. And then he was seen leaving the crime scene wearing black leather gloves. I don't think that even someone like myself can believe he was just another bellboy. Ugh. It seems that we have finally come to an understanding. Now then, witness, please continue with the rest of your testimony. The rest? Oh yes, please tell us more. Okay. Oh no. Their second meeting. Oh no. After leaving Juan's room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door just like that. He gave something to the person inside the room. Then the old guy just left without even going into the room. After that, I went to the bathroom and then back to my seat. I hate everything. So the bellboy, after leaving the crime scene, went to the defendant's room. Yeah, I kind of saw all that by accident. Some accident, I'd say you saw too much. And all of it was suspicious to high heaven. I think it's safe to say that we can no longer consider this bellboy to be normal. Now then, let's get started, shall we, Mr. Wright? Your cross-examination, please. Yes, Your Honor. Suffering. Suffering? Alright. Is that what you saw while you were busy spying? Excuse me? I may be a poor underpaid action star, but even I wouldn't stoop to spying. Well, I think the point is, where did you watch all of this from, Mr. Powers? Oh, from the door of the bathroom with my left eye and a sort of sneaky spy-like. I knew he was spying. Please, does it really matter if he was doing it over or underhandedly? What did the bellboy do next? That's all I care to know. Hold it! I said hold it. Okay. That's better. Ahem. What kind of statement is that? Please elaborate and give us a few more details. Oh, okay. I should probably ask him only one question at a time. Ask about... I want to know more about the something. Because... he gave something to this person. Yeah, and what was this something? If I remembered what it was, I wouldn't be calling it a something, would I? But this implies that something was removed from the scene of the crime. Are you sure you really can't remember, Mr. Powers? I think it was something kind of small. This is an incredibly crucial piece of information. Please try to remember what it was. I'll try. In the meantime, let's talk of another point, namely what the bellboy did next. Oh, so after he gave the person inside the room the thing, etc. and so forth. I want to see who he gave it to. So who took this something the bellboy handed off? Actually, I don't know. What do you mean? I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. Only an arm? Then you're saying you didn't see the person's face? Yeah. I would like to summarize the testimony up to this point, if you don't mind. When the bellboy left the crime scene, he immediately went to the defendant's room. There, he handed a small item of some sort to the person inside. As for the person who received the item, all you could see was the person's arm. Yes, it was just like that. Mr. Edgeworth, is all of this really that important? Of course, Your Honor. I think this is of the utmost importance. This is when whatever was removed from the crime scene was handed over to the client. Mr. Powers, please try to remember what it was the bellboy handed off. Well, let's see. I think it was... No. If you remember, please add it to your testimony. Yes, sir. If I saw it again, I could say for sure, but I think it was some sort of wooden statue. What was the point of that effort pause? Where did the objection come from? Well, speak up. It was me, Your Honor. What is it, Phoenix? I have a feeling that something bad is going to happen once I show this. Mr. Wright, if you have something to say, please spit it out. Yes, Your Honor. Okay, Phoenix. Deep breath. Mr. Powers, the something you saw, was it this item? Oh, hey, that's it. That's the something. Well, Mr. Wright, you really figured it out. I recall we found this at Matt Unkard's mansion. At the defendant's house. What does this mean? It's simple, Your Honor. Shelley DeKiller assassinated Juan Carita in his room, and then he stole this wooden bear from the scene of the crime. Then the bear was found in Mr. Unkard's mansion. Mean. It goes without saying, Your Honor, Mr. Matt Unkard is the killer's client. Order. I said order. Mr. Wright, this is a most unfortunate turn of events for you. Yeah, sorry, me. No, it's all right. Your judgment was sound. Actually, I figured the bear would come up. If not now, then it would have later on. Even if you hadn't shown it to the court, I'm sure your friend Edgeworth would have. I almost forgot that he knew about it too. I think it is clear that there is no need for us to continue this trial. I can't let this happen. I have to do something. There has to be something we overlooked. Your Honor, a minute, please. Yes, Mr. Wright? There are still a few points left that we have not fully explored. What are you trying to pull? Oh, well, we can't have that. All right, Mr. Wright, what questionable point would you like to explore further? Why is it covered in so many cuts? I think it's fairly obvious that the bear itself is very questionable. The bear, Mr. Wright? This was found in Mr. Unkard's mansion. However, Mr. Unkard was arrested at the hotel that night. Which means that since the murder occurred, he has not had a chance to go home. Oh, I think Your Honor has already figured out what I'm trying to say. It is not possible that it was Mr. Unkard who took this bear to his mansion. What? That's very true. We didn't consider that point, Mr. Wright. There was no way, time-wise, for the defendant to have taken this bear home. Phew. That's our verdict. You haven't gotten the best of me yet, Mr. Wright. Huh? I remember it clear as day. I remember what you muttered to yourself at Unkard's mansion. We have this area completely surrounded. There is no way for him to escape. I can't believe it. That butler all this time he was the killer. The killer and Unkard were working together, so to speak. And the killer was hiding at Unkard mansion as its butler. What a bold move. The bear figurine was brought back to Unkard mansion by the killer himself. When it looked like he was about to be arrested, On Guard had him do so. I assume because it would have been bad had the police found it during their investigation. Well, Mr. Wright, you've been quiet for a while now. This is too much. Isn't there anything I can attack at all? I have to try it. I have to find something else. Well, what will you do now, Mr. Wright? Do you plan to... I plan to expose the clearly shaky place in Mr. Power's testimony. What? There is still another one. There is indeed, Your Honor, and it's quite a questionable point. What are you trying to pull? Oh, well, we can't have that. All right, Mr. Wright. We can try the person who received the bear. There was one thing in Mr. Power's testimony that was very unclear, and that is the identity of the person who received the bear. As long as we don't know who it was that took the bear, we can't be sure of... Huh? Everyone's like, what? What is it, Mr. Powers? If you're going to scream like that, then at least give us a good reason why. Oh, yeah, sorry. Actually, so I remembered who took the bear. What? Really? I mean, I only saw his arm, but the arm... It was the Nickel Samurai's arm, I swear it. You've got to be kidding. Are you sure of that, Mr. Powers? Yeah, I'm sure it was the Nickel Samurai. And that clears up literally nothing. Order! It looks like you've dug your own grave yet again. How many times is that today? I've lost count. So the person who took in this little bear was the Nickel Samurai. And as we all know, Matt on Guard is the Nickel Samurai. Thanks to the defense, we've made that all the clearer. I think we've heard enough. We now know why this bear figurine was at the defendant's mansion, as well as who it was that received the bear from the assassin in his room. Everything has become very clear. The client who hired the assassin to commit the murder was Mr. Matt on Guard. I see no reason for this trial to continue, therefore I will now hand down my verdict. Thank you, Your Honor, for your understanding. You see, Mr. Wright, you cannot win against the truth, could you? I knew it would turn out this way. After all, what Edgeworth has stated is the truth. Any last objections, Mr. Wright? Well, do I? What should I do? The problem is that we don't know if Maya is safe. So, as much as I would like to just hear the verdict, I think we still need to drag this out. I will now... There's only one way for me to drag this trial out. The only thing I have left is this one dirty trick. Your Honor, right now we have these two reasons to believe my client is the assassin's client. Reason number one, he accepted the bear figurine from the assassin. Reason number two, that very same figurine was found at On Guard Mansion. However, it's possible this is all the work of a certain other person. What are you saying? What I am saying is, it's possible a different person is the killer's real client. Are we going to blame the manager? Oh God, the real client. Yes. Is this all you have? Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your theory. Who do you say is the killer's real client and therefore the real murderer? Adrian Andrews? Yes, we already know that she tried to frame Matt on Guard for the crime by wearing a spare Nickel Samurai costume. Ah! Then the Nickel Samurai's arm that I saw, that could have very well been Miss Andrews. Oh, this is dirty. But what about Mr. On Guard? If you would please recall yesterday's testimony. The defendant was taking a nap during the break period. That's right. Then, finding this figure at Mr. On Guard's mansion, it was a well-laid trap set by Miss Andrews. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion on this? I can't even begin to count the flaws in the defense's logic. Besides which, there is no evidence to support it. However, I can't fully discount its possibility either. As Edgeworth is like, we know what is with this trial? Come on, anyone can tell Ungard did it. I can't believe the defense would go so far as to pin the guilt on someone else. Yeah, unbelievable. It's not something petty, it's murder of all things. This is to save Maya, this is to save Maya. Even if the whole world turns against me, this is one fight I can't give up on. And Mia's like, Order. All disruptive parties will be forced to leave the courtroom. Your Honor, I would hope Edgeworth realizes what we're doing. For the benefit of the defense, I'm willing to play along with his what-if game. His what-if game, Mr. Edgeworth? Listen to heck with my... Yeah, honestly, I'd rather have Mia, to be perfectly honest. I hate to be that person, but I've never been especially fond of Maya. Like, she's fine as far as, like, comedic relief goes, but, like, Phoenix himself is already the comedic relief, so when you put the two of them together, it's kind of overkill. Mia's a really nice balancing act for him. Her and Edgeworth are both very good balances for Phoenix. So, having Maya is just a little too much. The prosecution is prepared to challenge the defense's theory. Mr. Wright, even you must have thought it strange and wondered, why would the criminal want this little wooden bear? He's right. The killer did specially bring that bear to Ungard right away. Why do you ask? Is there something special about it? Oh no. I think I know what's in the bear. Like, I think there's something in the bear, and I think I know what it is. And I'm sure that once the court knows its significance, the true killer's identity will become crystal clear. Your Honor, the prosecution calls upon a witness who will clear all doubts against Miss Andrews. And who would that be? It's quite simple, Your Honor. Miss Adrian Andrews herself. I see. Well, then the court will take a short 10-minute recess. The prosecution will prepare its witness in that time. Yes, Your Honor. I don't like where this is going. We're just gonna save in the break in case it doesn't let us. Oh, well, it doesn't prompt us. Oh, I knew it was a good idea to hold her hostage. Don't you agree, Mr. Lawyer? One second. Man, why is it that every single time I mute to sneeze, the sneeze fades away? Like, why is it like this? Anyway, but I never thought in your desperation you'd try to pin the guilt onto Adrian. Ugh, I swear this demon will pay. Mr. Nick? Pearl? Where's Mia? I don't know. A really strong power suddenly called her away. A really strong power? Oh, Mr. Nick, your phone is! It's from Gumshoe. How's it going? Have you been hanging in there, pal? Yeah, sort of. We just barely found something to latch onto. God, yeah, Maya, god damn it. Phew, that's good, pal. And what about you? Anything yet? Have you figured out where the killer and Maya are? We still don't have any leads, but what? We don't have any more time. There we go. If we had just one, even a single clue would be really helpful. I was only able to come this far because I kept thinking to myself, I've got to keep the trial going until Maya's been rescued. But have I just run out of luck this time? Is all our hope for naught? A tent! Huh? A tent? I can see a circus tent! Mia! It looks like Maya was unconscious until just a few minutes ago. To hell with Maya. Yeah, it's like, I like her, but like she needs someone to like balance her out, and Phoenix is not good balance for her, which is why I don't like her as a character, because with Phoenix as the main character, like it just doesn't work. As soon as she woke up, she called for me. So it was Maya that called you away. She's locked in a dusty little room right now. But I could see a circus tent outside the window about 300 feet away. Gumshoe. Is there a circus in town right now? I swear. Is it the Berry Vic? Nick and Maya don't contrast enough to be a good fit. Yes! Yes. Because he's a goof in his own way. And she's just like the wild chaos element. And that's why I like having Mia. Because she balances out Phoenix very nicely. So does Edgeworth. In his own way. But Maya just... like, she's comedic relief. Like, she's like the bigger comedic relief paired with like the comedic relief. It just doesn't mesh well. There's only one pal, the Berry Big Circus. Maya is somewhere within a 300-foot radius of the main tent. What? Okay, hold on a second, pal. Hey, draw a circle on that map about a 300-foot radius from the main tent. Hurry. And? I could see a mailbox under the window just outside. Gumshoe, there's also a mailbox. Okay, what else? What else, Mia? I'm sorry, but it was a very small window. I couldn't see anything else. It felt like I was in an old office building, maybe the 3rd floor or so. I heard her, an old office building. Good stuff, pal. Okay, just hang in there. Just a little longer, pal. Wish us luck. Good luck. I'll call you later, so don't let your battery die, okay, pal? Yeah, Maya's that hurt, right? She's in a pretty bad state, Phoenix. She's being starved. Gumshoe, please hurry. Looks like we're out of time. Are you alright, Phoenix? It's only a matter of time before Maya's rescued. I can do this. I just have to make this trial last a little longer. Court will now reconvene. The killer, the man who murdered the victim, handed this to his client. From this, one obvious question arises. Why this particular item? I believe the answer to that question will provide us with the name of the real culprit. Now then, the prosecution calls the defendant's manager, Adrian Andrews, to the stand. Currently, the witness is accused of tampering and obstruction of justice. However, you have been called to the witness stand today to ascertain who exactly is guilty of murder. I understand. Very good. Now, have you ever seen this bear before, Miss Andrews? Of course I have. You have seen it before? That's right. It's only natural that the witness has. Miss Andrews, could you please enlighten the court to this bear's secrets? All right. Why does she... Actually, this is an elaborate puzzle. If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. At its center is a small cavity with just enough room to store a small item. Because of its complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open the bear. You really can't tell that it's a small quote-unquote jewelry box just by looking at it. How does she know that? So this figurine, it's a container of sorts, is it? Yeah, I had a bad feeling. And I think I know what's inside. Which is presumably why she knows what it is. Yes, looks can be deceiving, wouldn't you agree? Yes, this is superb craftsmanship. Oh, yes, I nearly forgot. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. It looks like there really was something to that bear after all. I'm assuming it contains the secret that our client didn't want getting out, which would then be Celeste's suicide note, which is not stellar. But honestly, so long as Gumshoe finds Maya, we can just take the guilty. I don't care. Personally, I think Maya is great and you're all just haters. Look, I think she just needs someone to like balance her out. Cause like on her own, I actually don't mind her. But like paired with Nick, she's a bit much. A puzzle? That's right. But it looks like an ordinary figurine. True enough. To people who don't know, I'm sure they would never guess that this was a puzzle. So what kind of puzzle is this exactly? So you could take it apart, and how would one go about doing that? Oh, that's a trap. Well, first you turn its tail to the right and then push it in. Oh, yes, I see. After that, the arms and legs are free to move and can be removed. Oh, this is most interesting. A boy and his new toy, it's like he's 5 all over again. As he just solves it. Oh, don't mind me, go ahead and carry on. I think he's lost it. So what do you find after you take the puzzle apart? And how do you know about this? I know because I was the one who bought it. Huh? It was a souvenir from when a friend and I went to Switzerland. Then this was a present from you. That's right. It was a puzzle in the shape of a bear, so I thought it would be perfect for one. So it was a present from Miss Andrews. Witness, let's continue with your testimony. As the judge is like trying to take apart the bear in the background. I love how at this point the judge is like still trying to take apart the bear. We just can't see it. So who exactly knew how to solve this puzzle? Only the two of us, Juan and myself. It was a souvenir from Switzerland, so I doubt there are that many people with this same bear in this country. But this looks like it can be easily broken, especially if someone wanted to get at what's inside. Well, it's a toy, but it can never be the same again once it's been broken. Who else knows that this bear is actually a small container or jewelry box? I never told anyone, and as long as Juan never told anyone either, then only the two of us knew. So the two of you, huh? Then of course that means Mr. Agner didn't know it, right? I think this is about all I'm going to get for now. Figurine updated in the court record. Well, Mr. Wright, I think even you have come to realize that there is one very important fact we have uncovered, and that is this. This bear is actually a jewelry box. Now that we have agreed to this point, there is only one logical question that can come next, and that is this. What is inside this box? What's inside? That's right. That's what we are going to find out next. Witness? Yes? You are the only one who can open this. Please. Oh, she's gonna open the bear. She's gonna find the note. There's a painful silence. All eyes are on Miss Andrews now as she solves the puzzle and takes the bear apart. Click. I've opened it. Is this what you wanted? What is that? It looks like a note. I was right. I don't think we need to guess at what that is. Do we, Mr. Wright? It's a suicide note. The suicide note, yep. I was right. Hate that. The suicide note left by Juan Corrida's former manager, Celeste Pax. Until now, no one knew of its whereabouts, but just as we suspected, it was hidden. Hidden by the victim, Juan Corrida himself. It seems Celeste Pax had very beautiful handwriting, and she just as beautifully signed her own name on this document. This is most definitely the note she left right before she committed suicide. Oof. Big oofs. Order. Witness, did you know about this? Yes, I did. I heard all about it from Juan. When I discovered his body, I looked for the bear. I wanted to destroy the note before it became public, but I couldn't find it anywhere because it had already been taken by the killer. Everything is going at Mr. Edgeworth's pace. So now that the suicide note has been found, what's the next logical question? What is written on the note? That's right. At least, that's what I would think. Now then, I believe it is only appropriate the contents of this note be made known. I can't stop you, can I? I went through so much just to get my hands on it. And I was going to burn it, for her sake. I'm deeply sorry, but I can't allow you to persuade me to stop. Your Honor, if you could please read the contents of the note aloud. Very well. Oof. The judge's voice rang loud and clear through the deathly silent courtroom. In her notes, Celeste Impacts left to us a record of all that had happened to her. About being used and then thrown away by On Guard, about being engaged to Kurita and On Guard's role in destroying that, and about how she decided in her despair to end it all. Oof. And that's all Miss Impacts had to say. There is one thing I would like to say here. The prosecution has no interest in slandering Mr. On Guard. Then what? Our intention, Your Honor, is to establish a motive for murder. Isn't that correct, witness? Yes. On the night of the murder, Juan was going to make the contents of the note public. After the post-ceremony show, he was going to hold a press conference. My word. Matt On Guard values above all else his refreshing like a spring breeze image, which is why he had to stop this note from being made public. At any cost. And the note has been added to the court record. It's On Guard's fault that woman killed herself. At this time, he even went so far as to kill someone to stop him from revealing that. How terrible. What a selfish person. I guess there are Slambo. Oh, no. There's no room for doubt here. Mr. DeKiller's client's goal was to obtain the suicide note. And the only person who needed this note that badly is the defendant. Let's not forget that the bear with the note inside was found at the defendant's house. It seems that we have come to the truth at last. The defendant's motives were entirely selfish. He deserves no sympathy from anyone. How am I supposed to escape from this one? Why the hesitation, Phoenix? Gumshoe hasn't called yet, so you know what you must do. I know. I have to carry on and buy him some more time. Okay. There are two deadly pieces of evidence. The figurine and the suicide note. Maybe somehow I can find a way out of this situation through one of those? The gavel's already in the judge's hand, Phoenix. Hurry! The suicide note or the figurine, which of these should I pursue?
Objection!
Please wait, Your Honor. Oh man, look at that lawyer. He's still going at it. It's like he doesn't care that he's trying to get it. The assassin took this with him from the scene, from the crime scene after murdering Mr. Kurita. At the request of his client, of course. So what's your point, Mr. Wright? I don't think it's possible that Mr. DeKiller's client was Matt On Guard. In fact, I think there is a contradiction here. Oh yeah, because if he didn't know that the bear had something inside him, well, inside it, you can't tell by just looking at the bear that this bear is really a jewelry box. The chances that Matt On Guard thought the note was inside this bear are 0 to none. Oh, I didn't think of it that way. Exactly. But I did think of it that way, and I thought it was rather strange. After all, there is no reason why Mr. On Guard would ever want a jewelry box like this. Order! You make a valid point, Mr. Wright. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion? It was just a flash, but I think I did rather well on this one. Unfortunately, I think he believes differently. I believe a show of appreciation is in order. Huh? The defense seems to be in love with wishing more despair upon itself. I would like to direct the court's attention to this. What is that? It is a very small video camera, Your Honor. This type of camera is commonly used as a means of spying. Spying? What the? I thought that spy camera was in my possession. Matt On Guard and the victim both thought of the other as their biggest rival. They even went so far as to use this type of item to find each other's weaknesses. And the victim, Juan Kurita, was being spied on. His personal life was being watched by none other than Matt On Guard. Which is also true. Order. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor? You don't tell me you knew about your client's spying activities. Well, sort of. Sort of is not an acceptable answer, Mr. Wright. I see you are confused, Mr. Wright. You're probably thinking, but I have the camera that was in the stuffed bear's eye. But this camera that I have is not the same one. Last night, I searched the victim's house on a hunch, using this Gumshoe bug sweeper. By the way, Mr. Wright, the defendant's fingerprints were found on this camera. Matt On Guard's fingerprints were on there. Well, Phoenix, Looks like those cameras were hidden all over the place, huh? What am I supposed to say to that evidence? I think this is the end. It's fairly obvious that Mr. Ongard learned of the suicide note through this. He was watching the victim all along. He got me good this time. I don't have anything to counter that. Hey, now, what's that lawyer thinking? Mommy, is that man the bad killer guy? Shh, stop, don't look at him. The way he's sweating is just so ew, nasty. Phoenix? Yes, Chief? Have you figured out what you're going to do next yet? What am I going to do next? Does running away like a frightened child work? I know it seems like Mr. Edgeworth is very close to putting the lid on this case, but in his eagerness to prove his point, he forgot one very important thing. Well, what is it, Mia? There is a piece of evidence that he really should investigate. Something he should investigate? I would really hate to see the good prosecutor get scolded for not remembering to look into the item when he had the chance. Why are you speaking in riddles all of a sudden? Well, Mr. A, you don't have any further objections, do you? What is this piece of evidence Amiya is talking about? Can I figure... Oh, wait, is it the picture frame? That was about the weakest objection I've ever heard, Mr. Wright. There we go. You're honored. The defense has no intention of letting this go so easily. You're beginning to sound desperate. That's just your imagination, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, this is not like you at all. In your eagerness to prove your point, you've forgotten one very important thing. Hey, isn't that what I just said? So you're telling me that I forgot something? You're so close, Mr. Edgeworth. But there's something you really should examine about this piece of evidence. I think it's actually the photo, because he was there when we found it. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, I do believe some special examination is needed. But I think the item that should be examined is the defense's gray matter. Whoops. Okay, so it's not the picture. Yes, Your Honor. If you're going to speak, at least use your brain to make up something intelligible. So what did he forget? Changes the footage taken by the spy camera into radio waves and transmits the data. The card. So it's... Oh, wait, no, this one has a timer. Is he really... Okay, so he's... Bleh. Okay, nope. That's fine. Because we have a save pretty close to here. Because I'm like... I don't think it's like the old... Yeah, because it should game over here. Correct? Yes. There it goes. This is fine. Alright, so basically... What did he... We'll just put the save right here, actually. Because the problem is that see. The suicide note. The figurine. Only Karita and Andrews knew how to open it. Arguably, that means that he was just going to break it open, or he got the combination from spying on Karita. We already know this doesn't count for anything. We know this doesn't count for anything, but this doesn't count for anything. Lotus photo, yeah, so these are all ancient. Shingled with a scarf and then stabbed with a knife. Yeah, I don't think... any of those are relevant. Yeah, I don't think any of the old stuff is relevant. Spy camera was set in its right eye, found in the victim's room. Receipt for $3,800. Proof on guard bought a stuffed bear identical to the one in evidence. And we know it's not the spy camera, even though it was... This one was set specifically to record the murder. And then transmit this back to his mansion to record for blackmail. So, what did he overlook? What did he miss? Because he was the one who put us on the lead for the bear. And he's the one who got us the credit card receipt. Let's see. Tells us the misdeeds. I mean, we have a few more tries. Just by virtue of save scumming and being degenerates. So we could just go for it. Especially since Mia thinks that there's actually something that he missed. So if we just let it slide and we don't object, then, you know, that's just asking for the guilty. What did you forget? Still on the night of the murder. Gossip land. Map. There's some water, but only on top of the lid. There's Karita's fingerprints. Where was she looking for the bear? So we know the guitar case was where the Nickel Samurai costume... Hey, why does this have his fingerprints on it? If he knew... Like, next to the victim, it's filled with tomato juice, bears Andrew's fingerprints. Okay. Crime photo. He died in the scuffle. That is from when Adrian was trying to frame him. That frame job. This. Let's see, was placed next to the victim at the time of the murder. Miss Andrews was carrying it. She claims she picked it up at the murder scene. We know that this is the card of Shelley the Killer. Let's see. Is there anything Edgeworth would have missed about this? No. Already tried that. Tried this. I'm like trying to decide. What could Edgeworth have possibly forgotten about? Lord. Because the specifics of the note don't actually matter. Especially since there's no actual proof that any of it happened. Let's see. Finally caught up to real time after watching last week's stream since I was working, wanted to know what was going on. Lord, well, congratulations. Columbo would be amazing stalling for time right now. Oh yeah. From what little I've seen of Columbo, he just rambles on forever. But yeah, no, Oh no, it has his fingerprints because he carried it. I'm so stupid. So stupid. My god. But yeah, no. So... Take that! Yeah, he's gonna call us stupid. Yeah, that's fine. I swear, this is gonna be like ages-old evidence, isn't it? But there's really something you should examine about this piece of evidence. Let's see. So what has Edgeworth overlooked? So... Lotta's camera was stolen on the night of the murder by Old Bag, who took the article from inside it. The picture eventually turned up as evidence here, and that showed Adrian leaving the hotel room as the Nickel Samurai. This is the magazine clipping that got Old Bag and Lotta there in the first place. The guitar case that Adrian used to get the spare Nickel Samurai costume into the hotel room. Presumably it has Karita's fingerprints from when it was carried into the room. However, let's see, there is some water, but only on top of the lid, because it was opened after the fight with the killer. The wine glass is filled with tomato juice, bears Andrew's fingerprints. She claims that is from when she found the body. Okay. Does that have any relevance to anything? Maybe? I mean, the killer brought it into the room when he went to kill Karita, right? So that was just chilling already in the room. You know, if Edgy's entire goal is to catch the assassin and we just need to stall for time to find Maya right now, just talk to him to ask him to help stall. No, that's what he's doing, I think. Because he's humoring us on stuff he really should not be humoring us on. So I think he knows exactly what we're doing and he's trying to play along without it being obvious. Yeah, but he could be doing more. Yeah, but he's also trying to teach Nick a lesson, you know? And we can't make it easy. This is the crime scene photo. There's nothing really to examine here. This ninja button was taken off by Adrian and used to frame our client. That's fine. This is the suicide report for Celeste. That is how we knew that there might have been a note and that it might have been hidden, which we could then confirm it was in the bear puzzle jewelry box thing. This was Adrian's attempted suicide report that basically proves her dependent nature. Does it actually? I mean, it does give her motive. Well, it doesn't really give her motive, actually, now that I think about it. so Juan's autopsy report: strangled with a scarf and stabbed with a knife. Allegedly, the scarf comes from time of death 8:15. When did? Wait. So. Wait. Time of death was 8:15, but Powers testified that around 8:10 is when he went to the bathroom and caught the assassin leaving the room.
Take that!
Oh yeah, he's gonna just call it stupid. Yeah. Alright, the knife bears the victim's blood and Ungarn's fingerprints. So this was the Gatewater knife delivered with our client's room service, presumably. That was then used by Adrian to frame our clients. This is Lotta's photo, which is, you know, once again, framing the client. This is Shelley DeClier's calling card. Adrian allegedly picked it up from the hotel room when she was leaving there. Oh, let's see, we already tried that, we did not try the bear. The spy camera was set in its right eye, found in the victim's room. Well, we already know he was spying. This could be the other way of getting the spy camera into, like, the timer on the spy camera into it, but that's, like, really weak. And we already established, well, and Edgeworth already established that our client was spying on the victim. And this basically just continues to tie our client to the assassin, right? Because he was only spying on the assassin so that he would be able to blackmail the man. And this is proof that he bought the bear. So, I'm gonna try the note.
Take that!
I'm sorry, what? Okay, so this is probably okay. I want to see what the argument for this is, because I want to see what it's trying to claim. That is Miss Impax's suicide note, right? Who knows? I mean, sure, the suicide note was found inside this bear, but this bear was in my possession until only a few moments ago. Which means the handwriting on the suicide note has yet to be analyzed. Okay, so basically the claim is that because Adrian and the victim both were allegedly the only ones who knew how to open the bear, either one of them could have put a fake note in the bear to make him look bad, I guess. Yeah, I guess that works. And that's kind of a my bad for not considering it. But on the other hand, it's, I don't know. The logic feels a little weird. So as to whether this pivotal piece of evidence was really written by Miss Impax or not, that has yet to be even remotely confirmed. Yeah, like I see what they're, yeah, like the logic makes sense, but like I'm trying to figure out how we were expected to figure that out. Cause I mean, no, I guess it makes sense. Cause it's like this big, pivotal piece of evidence literally comes right into our hands in the courtroom. Yeah, it makes sense to question its legitimacy. Yeah, it makes sense. Are you saying this note is a fake? Miss Andrews, you were the one who tried to pin this murder on Mr. Ungard. Who's to say you didn't create a fake suicide note and put it into the spare? How dare you? Your Honor, the defense is indiscriminately accusing the witness again. It would make sense if it was part of the last game, since the final 2 cases were about evidence scrutiny, security. Yeah. Yeah. So, although it actually does make sense in this one because she has been forging evidence left, right, and sideways. So, for this big pivotal piece of evidence to have been forged as well, that does make sense. So honestly, I think that's just more of a me. I think this was just a me problem. The more I think about it, I think that was just a me problem and like a perspective issue, right? Because if you look at it from like a puzzle perspective, it doesn't really make any sense, right? It looks like they kind of went, yes, like, you know, just guess which one he forgot about, and it could apply to anything. But if you look at it from like a lawyer perspective, you have this big piece of like very like decisive evidence, right? That firmly secures our client's motive for hiring an assassin to kill his rival, right? Getting this, it is the source of the blackmail his rival had on him. So it would make sense for a good defense attorney to then put that evidence into question. Is this real? Is this, you know, legitimate? There's no way to know because it literally, the bear has not actually, like, we didn't even know it was a puzzle until right here in court. This note was found actively in court. No one knew it was there, although we could, you know, reasonably assume, given, you know, the state of the case as it is. So, from a lawyer perspective, that actually makes sense. But it's very hard to get into that lawyer perspective when you're not actually a lawyer. I know many things, but lawyer stuff is not necessarily one of them. I did not go to law school, so getting in that lawyer mindset is not exactly easy, nor common, apparently. Considering this is not the first time I've struggled with something that would have made sense from like a lawyer point of view, right? So there's no evidence linking the witness to the suicide note whatsoever. She knows how to open the bear though. But if this is fake, then the witness is the only person who could have made it. Exactly. What? Yeah. Recall the witness's testimony concerning this figurine. The only person other than the victim who could solve the puzzle is the witness herself. Now, granted, there is an argument to be made that our client could have figured it out based off of all of the spying he's been doing, but he never would have had access to the bear itself to plant the note, right? And why would he plant evidence on himself? So it has to be her. But the judge couldn't solve it? Well, to be fair, the judge is also kind of stupid. Miss Andrews, you wrote this note, didn't you? Oh, we're going to torment her. Oh, no. I know why we have to do it, but oh, it doesn't make me feel any better. You wrote it so you could use it to frame Matt on guard. I did no such thing. Objection. Oh, right. If you're going to pronounce the suicide note a fake. Hello. Hi, Maria. How are you? Oh, you're on the Matt on guard case. Yeah. Yeah. I saw Shu's little character portrait, and I just couldn't resist using him for a for a thumbnail. I am a sucker for Shu. Shu the cat is literally the best character in the entire game. New sub on, thank you. Welcome to the stream. We are currently ranting over whether or not the logic for throwing the suicide note, Celeste's suicide note into question makes sense. And so far my verdict is, from like a puzzle riddle perspective, no. But from a lawyer perspective, yes. Because, again, for anyone who is just joining us and did not hear the beginning of the rant, want some spoilers? Nah, we're good. I'm doing this entirely sight unseen, so I'd like to keep it that way. However, we can, however, we can just dish on it later. Mr. Edgeworth, you were the one who presented the scrap of paper as evidence. The well actually finger. Oh, no. That means the burden of proof lies with you, the prosecution. That's enough. Mr. Edgeworth, can you confirm the handwriting on the suicide note? It is as the defense has stated, the handwriting has yet to be analyzed. If that's the case, it seems that yet again we have reached a point where a verdict is impossible. That's impossible! This isn't good, Phoenix. The judge is going to carry the trial over one more day. I don't think Maya will physically be able to make it another day. I didn't want to have to do this, but I don't have a choice. I request that both the prosecution and defense further investigate. Handwriting analysis, my butt, that's just the lawyer trying to guard is guilty. Look, any idiot can tell you that. I mean, we already know. I think we've reached the end of the line. Guilty, guilty, guilty. Oh, no. Yes! Gumshoe! What is that sound? It's Gumshoe. Hello, Gumshoe? What is with him and what's with that sigh? Where's Maya? What happened to the killer? He got away. What? I'm sorry, pal. I really am. I don't know what to say besides I'm sorry. I wish there was some way to make it up to you. I really do. I mean, I've been doing pretty good. Yeah, she's already been shot. Anyway, what's going on? We found his hideout, pal. But the two of them were already gone. This is terrible. I'm going to keep looking for them, pal. Don't you worry. I just need a little more time. But don't tell me we don't. We don't have any more. Do you hear that? They're calling for his head. Mr. Wright, I can't. For us to come this far and... Oh! What is it? Let me talk to Mr. Edgeworth. I can't do that. Mr. Wright, would you please get a hold of yourself? Yes, Your Honor. I am about to end today's proceedings. You may take your phone calls after. Hold on, Your Honor. Edgeworth, catch. We're just gonna lob it at him. Mr. Edgeworth. Please, you've got to buy us some more time. Court is in session. I'm sorry, Your Honor. You were saying. Mr. Wright, this is a court of law. I'm sorry, Your Honor, but I am reluctant to do this. However, it appears that I have no choice but to suspend proceedings until tomorrow. This time, I really can't do anything. That PNG file of a phone? Yeah! the spinning PNG for the throw? Classic! I love this game so much. This time, court is now adjourned for the day. No! Oh, no objections.
Objection!
Ayo? Yes! Please wait, Your Honor! Yes! Edgeworth! What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? I humbly request another 30 minutes of Your Honor's time. For what purpose? We can perform the necessary tests on this piece of evidence in that time? But can you really obtain your results in 30 minutes? I believe we can, Your Honor. Sir, what? But wouldn't it be better if we adjourn for today and then reconvene tomorrow? 30 minutes, please, Your Honor. That's all I'm asking for. Please, Your Honor. And we're just like, yeah, this is fine. Very well. At the prosecution's request, this court will take a 30-minute recess, but be advised that I will not allow another recess today. Just in case it doesn't have a save during the recess. I'm not sure if this is helping us or hurting us. Honestly, sir, it doesn't really matter so long as Maya's safe. Because we want this scumbag guilty as much as stupidly possible. Francisca, I mean guilty. Hi, Meatball. The court will now take its final recess of the day. My God, we are getting like 3 days worth of trial in 2. Right? Well, what's going on with my situation? Goofy civic for Francisca. We wanted like 4 people guilty in the last trial, yeah, including the judge. The killer, it looks like he got away again. 30 minutes? We can't find her in that time. Ayo, 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 ayo. Report. Ah! Is that Mr. Edgeworth? We don't have time to spit it out. Right. It looks like we just missed them, sir. Again? But the killer left a few things behind by accident and just rushed to get away? A few things? Can we use any of them as evidence? I thought you'd ask, pal. I've got the things he left with me right now and I'm on my way over. Really? That's odd. Any items like that are usually sent to the crime lab first. We don't have time to wait for those guys, sir. When those guys weren't looking, I swiped the stuff and ran. What? Well, I'm not a detective anymore, so I had to. I'm really sorry, sir, but I've got to put the law on hold for now. Sounds bad. I hope he doesn't get in too much trouble over this. With my hung-and-drunk car, I'd say I'll be there in about 20 minutes, sir. Don't worry, I'll be there. Wait for me. All right, just get here in one piece. I'm on a mission and no one can stop me now, sir. No one. I'm pulling out all the stops and running every red light. Items left by the murderer, huh? Maybe there's something among them that will be decisive enough to end this. Did he just drive his car into the building? Hey, what's wrong? Detective Gumshoe, answer me! No one can stop me. Gumshoe, no! Gumshoe! The second best character in the entire game! Sir, what was he thinking? We've got to hurry and call for help, but we have no idea where he is. He actually crashed into a building, actually. Of course he did. I'm imagining a Blues Brothers car crash. Oh no. His cell phone is broken and he wasn't driving a patrol car, so no radio either. Also, if we don't get to those items before they do, the police will take possession of them. No. Oh, rip Gumshoe. Learn to obey the laws of the road. Yeah, as soon as he said it, he's running every red light. I'm like, oh no. We can't let that happen. Well, if there is a way we can find where he is, then we stand a chance. He survives. Oh my god. Amazing. Love it. Why did Gumshoe have to get into an accident now? Is there any way we can find out exactly where he is at this moment? I think so, yeah. That's right, there is a way. What? How? I'm sure we can find out where Detective Gumshoe is through this. Oh, I'm dumb. Okay, so first they were within 300 feet of the very big circus, and then in some office building nearby, right? And then we don't know where they went afterward. The hotel. Probably the hotel. Are you saying it's probably the hotel because it is the hotel? Because if it is actually the hotel, I'm going to be very sad that you didn't let me think about it. I'm not lifting until I see God or the wall. Basically, yeah. Yeah, no, that's the only location we've got any information on. However, let's see. Well, I was gonna say, actually, if he's got his bug sweeper on him, we could probably use, like, actually, well, no. We can figure out where he is through something, right? We could use Pearl. No, Yeah, no, because this doesn't tell us literally anything. So Attorney's badge is definitely the right choice, real. Alright, so let's see. Alright, so basically, okay, so he was at the very big circus in some office building 300 feet from the thing, which honestly, arguably, that could have been the dorms, but that's not really office building-y. And it was also dusty as all heck, so it was probably abandoned, right? So then... so we don't know where they went afterward. Hotel is plausible, but that doesn't tell us... sure, we can find out where Detective Gumshoe is. Because that doesn't really give us a way of figuring it out, right? Because we're trying to figure out where he went to get to us. Now, if we had like a map of the city, a map of LA, that would, of this instance of LA, show all the evidence. We could just try one after the other. But yeah, so for those of you who aren't familiar with this case, so this is a picture of the Nickel Samurai costume that has been plaguing. Just follow the police sirens. Let's see, press conference ticket. That was supposed to be at the hotel. This is the radio transceiver. Wait a minute. This is the radio transceiver that was originally from the kidnap. Actually, if this was one of the items that got left behind, we might be able to use it to find him.
Take that!
I guess it's up to me. Did I say? I don't have any. He's gotta figure it out himself because we're dumb. It seems so. There's honestly, actually, you know what? I wonder. Since we're already past it and I don't want to bother save scumming it, I wonder if there's an achievement for getting it right. This is justice for all, right? Alright. Let's see. I'm sorry, there's a bad ending? Is that not just... Is that not just the normal game over? It doesn't suit someone like you to cry useless tears, whether you did your job well or not. That could only be seen after the verdict has been decided. The verdict. Prosecutor Edgeworth here. Oh, is Prosecutor Edgeworth here? Yes, bailiff? There's a phone call for you, sir. They said it was extremely urgent. What if you do the attorney badge? Honestly, I have a feeling if you give him anything other than the correct piece of evidence, he basically just decides to do it himself and come up with something himself. But if you manage to get the right one, then he follows your lead. Hello, it's God. Did you lose him? Did you lose a useless detective? I don't think drinking oil is probably a great idea, depending on what kind it is. That doesn't sound like a very good for you. They're probably finished with the handwriting analysis. I have to go take this call. In the meantime, think hard about what it is you must do. Okay. That's a copy pasta if I've ever seen one. We're gonna save. And are we going to... It's a meme, yeah. Meme, copy pasta. Honestly, the same difference depending on what the copy pasta is. Okay, so... Huh. Alright, well, now we're back in court. I'm hoping we didn't just seal our fate for the bad ending. Although, apparently that's a very rare achievement. Because only, maybe 9.5% of all players have actually gotten it. So, go figure. Court will now reconvene. I assume both sides are ready. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. I can understand the defense acting like this. However, why do you also seem distraught, Mr. Edgeworth? It's nothing, Your Honor. And he just like pulls himself together. He's like, no, this is fine. What's wrong with Edgeworth? It looks like something unexpected just happened to him. Oh no, is it actually forged? Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you could please tell the court the results of the handwriting analysis on Miss Impact's suicide note. Yes. Oh, it was forged. Your Honor, unfortunately, we have discovered that this suicide note is a forgery. What? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This note was not written by Miss Impact herself. It is a fake. Oh no. Oh no. Order, Mr. Edgeworth. Would you care to explain what is going on? If this was not written by Miss Impact, then who wrote it? We would need more time to do a more detailed analysis. However, it appears that the handwriting matches that of the victim, Mr. Juan Carita. Mr. Carita? Well. It looks like Miss Impact's never left a suicide note after all. She never wrote anything about On Guard. However, Your Honor, even though the suicide note is indeed a fake, Mr. On Guard could not have known that, and so that fact remains unchanged. Acting under the assumption that it was real, he had plotted to possess it. That does sound very plausible. This theory that On Guard had no idea that the suicide note was fake, something seems a little wrong with it. I'm going to just toss down another save here because I only have one little blip left. The defense believes that the theory that the prosecution has stated contradicts testimony. If everything the prosecution has proven up to this point is true, then it's impossible for Mr. On Guard to not have known it was a fake. And I'm going to do the spy camera. What is this little item called again? A video camera, Your Honor. Well, a very small one, but... Oh, that's right, a camera! You kids and your fancy toys nowadays. Mr. Edgeworth, earlier you claimed that Mr. On Guard knew of the existence of this note because he was spying on the victim, isn't that right? If that were true... Oh, excuse me. Then this means Mr. On Guard would have known that the victim had forged the note. I wonder if where Detective Gumshoe went, did he go to the store to buy some milk? Yes, Pearl, he went to go buy some milk. He'll be back soon, I'm sure. So that the defendant knew the suicide note was a fake. And if that's true, then the situation has suddenly changed in a very dramatic way. Exactly, Your Honor. The prosecution's theory as to what Mr. On Guard's motive for murder was, it has suddenly disappeared into thin air. Or Your Honor, it's not as if Mr. On Guard monitored Mr. Carita 24 hours a day. Perhaps the victim wrote the note in a place Mr. On Guard didn't know of. Well, right back at you, Mr. Edgeworth. Why don't you show us some proof that the victim made the forgery at an unknown place? Imagine if Pearl just transforms into Gumshoe in the middle of the case. Imagine! That would be terrifying. Love Gumshoe to pieces. But like, I just don't. I'm scared. Order, Mr. Edgeworth. It looks like this time it is you who has dug his own grave. As I figured. What about she turns into Celeste Max? You know, that's so. You know what? I feel like that's a plot hole. You know, I'm actually looking forward to it. It's Pearl turning into Gumshoe. Huh? As you figured. As I figured, it came down to this after all. Mr. Edgeworth, you are not making any sense. When I heard the results of the handwriting analysis, I thought this might happen. The question is, what next? What next? I feel like it is a plot hole every time Maya doesn't summon dead people. Yeah. Well, at least this time, Maya's like problem is that she's been kidnapped and is slowly starving to death. But like Pearl, I would assume it's her age, and that she doesn't really seem to have any control over it because it seems like she only gets Mia when Mia's like, "Ayo, I need to borrow you really quick," and just like schlorps and just appears. So it's like, well, this is the last case. I feel like it's a plot hole every time Maya is the one accused of murder true. Then we must prove it from another angle. Oh no. Well, I agree with you there, Your Honor. The prosecution would like to call a witness to the stand at this time. Who is... Well, that's fine. Who did you... This witness is a little unusual. Edgeworth? Edgeworth stuttering? This is not like him at all. Unusual? Well, what sort of witness is this person, Mr. Edgeworth? This witness is one who is perfectly fit to answer once and for all the question of who was it that hired Shelley de Killer to commit murder. Oh, are you going to call my Wait. Are you calling the assassin? No. He's either calling our client or... Wait, a little unusual. Oh no, he's calling the assassin. He's calling the assassin? It is. It's, yes, go on. Who is it? The man himself, Mr. Shelley de Killer. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Wait, Shelley de Killer. Yeah, that was, you mean the killer? I mean, the assassin? Yes, Your Honor. He's coming here to the witness stand. Well, yes, in a manner of speaking. I recognize that this is a very unusual circumstance, so I ask for your permission. Well, Mr. Wright? Yes? Is this all right with you? Do I have a choice here? I can't really do much else to drag this trial out. The defense has no objections, Your Honor. I wonder if it really is all right to do this? Very well, then the prosecution calls its witness to the stand. Edgeworth, is there no other way left to us? I just want to say this trial devolved from a multinational assassin ring to Phoenix and Edgy fake idiots. Well, to be fair, they're trying to draw this out and they're trying to make this look vaguely normal. Because they're the only two that know that there's anything going on in the background besides, you know, maybe On Guard. Actually, no, On Guard knows and the assassin knows. So the four of them, only two of whom are actually like have all the attention on them. And they're trying to make this trial look very normal. And they're failing miserably. No, actually, Edgeworth and Phoenix are working together to get Maya back. Exactly. Yeah, no, they're working together, but like they have to not look like they're working together, you know? They have to make this look perfectly normal, one against the other, you know, perfectly normal trial with an asterisk and a lot of very fine print at the bottom. Now then, witness, your name and your occupation, please. Oh, we're interviewing through the transceiver. Wait, we suggested that for finding Gumshoe. Very well, sir. Very good, sir. My name is Shelley de Killer, and I am a professional assassin. I say, what is going on here, Your Honor? How can you remain so calm? What is the meaning of this two-way radio? Actually, Your Honor, it was delivered to me just now, and it came with a condition. As long as we do not trace its source, Mr. de Killer will testify to this court. So this must be what that urgent phone call he got earlier was about. Oh no, this will not do. I cannot allow this in my court. First of all, we can't even be sure this is really de Killer himself. Witness, please present some sort of proof that you are, in fact, Shelley de Killer. I understand. Please wait a second. I'm so hungry. Maya! Maya! A voice. Mr. Wright, can you confirm anything from this? The defense has no objections to this person. We are satisfied that this man is indeed Shelley de Killer. It looks like we have run into yet another unexpected turn of events. Well, it doesn't seem like we have too many choices under these circumstances, so... Now then, witness. There is one thing I would like to confirm before we speak of anything else. And what would that be? At the request of a client, you killed Mr. Wong Kurita. Is this correct? It is as you say. I did indeed kill Mr. Kurita. Now that we have answered that, let's move on to the name of your client. But I gotta order the entire menu at the burger joint? Yes. Honestly, she deserves it. After what she's gone through. Very well. This is all just a bad dream. Yes, that's it. A bad dream. Shelly the Killer. What is he going to say? About my client. There is something I must first state. To an assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself. And that is the reason I am here today on this witness stand. It is my wish that you grasp this concept before I give the name of my client. Mr. De Killer seems to be a very clever man. I'd almost say he seems to be mocking us. Well, he may appear to be our enemy, Your Honor. Mr. De Killer is only stating the truth. He is no hypocrite. He has always stood by this one belief. You mean about this trust between his clients and himself thing? It seems to be a level of trust beyond what people like me can comprehend. This trial is more off the rails than the US train system during the Pokemon streams. Oh my god, actually true. Actually true. Oh, I almost forgot about those. You betray, you die, basically. Well, Mr. Wright, are you ready to cross-examine the witness? Yes, Your Honor. There's no way to know what's coming next, so stay cool and collected, Phoenix. Lord. Alright, we're just gonna plop down and save so we don't have to deal with them talking. Yes. I am pressing. I always press everything unless there's like a really blatant contradiction. Your trust between you and your client. I provide my services in a fast and efficient manner. In exchange, I trust that my clients are discreet about me and my identity. If too many people knew my face, it would be quite troublesome. And that is why you're testifying in this manner. This is the first time one of my clients has ever been accused of murder. I must preserve the De Killer name so my clients can trust me. But couldn't someone stab you in the back and break your trust? It has never happened before, but if it ever did... Yes? That person wouldn't be my client for very long. They would certainly... That's enough! Please, no more. Very well. It was only a hypothetical anyway. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, that seems a little strange to me. I mean, you're about to tell us the name of your client. I would think that this would be very bad for them. It doesn't matter to me. This client has already broken the rules and acted outside of their prescribed role. Oh, he knew that Mate was spying their role. This person tried to implicate another of the crime in order to save themselves. And this is a trespass that cannot be forgiven. You... Who gave you the right to be so high and mighty? To the gentleman who spoke just now, excuse me, but would you care to die? No, I didn't say anything. The judge had better watch himself. We understand, so please tell us the name of your client. I'm afraid I cannot do that. I still have a few things to say before I do. That egomaniacal. It's not good for your health to be so aggravated. You won't live very long if you let everything bother you. Somehow, that coming from an assassin makes it less than comforting. I don't really care about all this extra fluff, just tell us the name already. Patience, try to calm down a little. It's important to try and understand his mindset. He seems very steadfast and closed, so you're going to have to work to get him to talk. I'm not his therapist, you know. Columbo would break this assassin like a Kit Kat bar. We can hear anything you have to say later. Can you please just tell us your clients? I don't think you understand your place, Mr. Attorney. I said this is something I must first state. Do you know what the word first means? Sorry, go on. Well, it appears this is one witness you can't badger, Mr. Wright. That's only because you don't know about my situation. They already broke the rules? Tried to implicate another of the crime in order to save themselves. Oh, they... Gotta check them. No. I'm basically just... I wanted to see what he had to say again. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's not... Yeah, that's fine, because I'm trying to figure it out for myself. That's kind of like the whole puzzle of it all is basically why I love mystery games in general. And although it's the logic in like the Phoenix Wright games is a little weird because it's presented to you from the contradiction is that a dog really can't play basketball? So, wait, no, the client broke the rules by trying to implicate another. Was it actually? No. Well, he's already... See, okay, so Ungard has already confessed, to us at least, to being the killer's client, right? We know that, but what has he done to implicate someone else? Oh, I guess maybe he's trying to frame Adrian? For it? I guess. Oh, that's a weird, like, double back. Oh, what if it's profiles? I mean, it could be. Shelly the killer. The baller. For our client, I would have thought that the breach of trust would have been like, you know, we're trying to blackmail this man's, because that's just a bad idea in general. So, but if here, let me see this one more time. Tried to implicate another of the crime in order to save themselves. To the gentleman who spoke, yeah, he threatens the judge, that's fine. Oh, that's not what I wanted. That's fine. This is fine. You can't really see it because of the speech box, but the speaker part of the transceiver moves like a little mouth when he speaks. Oh, that's cool. That's so cool. Yeah. See, I put down a safety safe for a reason, just in case I like fat thumbed something, because I'm on a controller. So I also like that as he says something new, the little button in the side, like this thing here moves every single time he talks. It's like a representation of his face with it not being his monocle. Yeah, no, it's super cool. Yeah. Save again. It's not going to do any good because it's just going to put us in the same. Well, because it basically, like, the original safety save takes us right back to the start of the. Yeah. No, so let's see. There's something I must first state, and he gives us a lecture about not knowing what first means. Trust between you and the client. I provide my services in a fast and efficient manner. In exchange, I trust that my clients are discreet about me and my identity. If too many people knew my face, it would be quite troublesome, and that is why you're testifying in this manner. First time one of my clients has ever been accused of murder. I must preserve the killer name so my clients can trust me. See, I like that this makes it vague, but not quite. Like, it narrows it down to 2 people. So there's still that I'm not telling you who my client is without getting this out of the way first, but he's telling you exactly who his client is. If you know what he's talking about. Unless there's like a double bluff in there, because technically speaking, what he's saying could, like, obviously we know that he's probably talking about our client, because, you know, On Guard confessed. But at the same time, though, he could very easily be talking about Adrian as well. Now, that also technically means that he's at least not willing to tell us that he's aware that On Guard was spying on him to make sure that, like, it actually got done and that he can then use that as blackmail should the assassin try to cross him. But I'm going to try presenting our client here. Yeah. Yeah, so that's fine, yeah. I just wanted to see what would happen, to be perfectly honest. It's just gonna... Oh no! Guilty! Whatever shall we do? What's this? We go back in time as if it never happened? Ooh, Phoenix Wright is actually a competent lawyer and we're not! Alright. But yeah, so... And then that is the reason I'm here on the witness stand. That is when he tells us that his client betrayed his trust, well, broke the rules by trying to frame someone else for the kill. It is my wish that you grasp this concept before I give you the name of my client. What does this give me? So please tell us the name. I'm afraid I can't do that. I still have a few things to say before I do. It's not good for your health to be so aggravated. Ba, 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 ba. So basically we have to just work him. You're about to tell us the name of your client. Very bad for them. They already broke the rules, acted outside their prescribed rule. Try to implicate another of the crime in order to save themselves. This is a trespass that cannot be forgiven. Yeah, so it is at this point. So we know that this was forged. Okay, so let's see. So he was hired to kill Kurita. So, okay, so he was hired to kill Kurita. His clients acted outside of their prescribed role and tried to frame someone for this kill to save themselves. There are 2 possibilities for who that is. On Guard already confessed to being the killer's client. And then, of course, Adrian with all of her very blatant framing. However, the killer told us that it was a very clever frame job on the part of his client. His client was pulling off a very, very, very good frame job. So what could he possibly have done to frame Adrian? No. So basically what we're trying to do is we're trying to figure out how On Guard framed Adrian to make her look like she was the one who hired the killer. So what did he do to maneuver her into a position to make her look this bad? What did he do? No, he did something. Reliable sources say that Juan Kurita has been getting in close with the mysterious and beautiful manager to the Stars AA. So she claims that she was doing that so she could get close to Juan, so she could figure out where the suicide note was so she could burn it, right? So... what? So... okay, so no. So how do there's no, because no, our client already confessed to being the client. So unless I was gonna say, it's like, unless the victim hired the assassin to kill himself to make our client look bad, but then the killer wouldn't care because his client would already be dead. So what did our client do to frame Adrian? What made her look so... what did he do to set her in motion? Hi, heroes. How are you? Did she actually... wait, what if Celeste was murdered? No, that I think that's going too far back. No, I think that's going too far back. No, so... how did she find out that he was the one who hid the body? So, let's see. So, what do we know about Adrian? So, Adrian... okay, so Celeste was Adrian's mentor. She used to be... before she was Kurita's manager, she was our client On Guard's manager. To prevent a scandal from in On Guard's life, she moved to a entirely different studio and became the manager for the victim. Allegedly... wait. Wait, if Adrian... so, we have reason to believe that Kurita forged the suicide note, but we don't know for sure. What if our client forged the note? What if it was actually a murder all those years ago? No, that's not going to do anything. Yeah. Honestly, yeah. Yeah, no, honestly, that was probably a bit of a stretch anyway. No, so how did... what exactly did he say again about trust? For nothing more important than the trust between a client and himself. This one? Let's see. So, the killer provides the services in a fast and efficient manner. In exchange, he trusts that his clients are discreet about him and his identity. However, he's been showing his face all over the place, but that's fine because no one knows what he looks like, so he, you know, just exists, right? If too many people knew my face, it would be quite troublesome, and that is why you're testifying in this manner. This is the first time one of my clients has ever been accused of murder. I must preserve the killer name so my clients can trust me. But can someone stab you in the back and break your trust? It has never happened before, but if it did, he implies that he would just kill them. Yeah, wouldn't be my client for very long. They would certainly, and there it is. Very well. It was only a hypothetical anyway. Excuse me. But yeah, so basically, like that trust between him and his client is discretion. It's basically, can you be discreet? Yes or no? If the answer is no, you are not his client. One way or another. Either he won't take you or he's just going to kill you. Him killing you is probably the most likely. There is still the entire thing with Franziska getting shot. Yeah, we don't actually know who shot her. But there's no way, well, we assume he shot her somehow, but we don't know anything about where or when. Actually, see, she got shot because he was trying to make the trial easier because he knew that Franziska would just be a complete rabid dog about it. She would forge evidence. She would just go pull out all this. Yeah, like Franziska would just pull out all of the stops and do anything she could to get that guilty, right? So him shooting her in the shoulder was basically to keep her from causing us any issues, right? Because with Edgeworth in the driver's seat kind of for the prosecution, we were able to get away with a lot more than we probably would have been able to get away with Franziska, right? So, but the bigger problem is actually, no, so the bigger, why did I think the killer 360 no-scoped her in the shoulder? No, it was probably just a pistol. Especially since I'm pretty sure it was like in front of the courthouse too. Watching this at school. Honestly, I would say pay attention in class, but honestly at this point a lot of schools, unless you go to like an all-year school, a lot of them probably aren't doing that much. But like, see, right here is where he says that his client is technically not a client anymore because they broke the rules by trying to implicate someone else for the crime that has been committed. So, our client, on guard, has claimed to be the client of the killer, right? He claims to have hired, school has inserted it, that would do it. So the killer has, our client has claimed that he has hired the killer to murder the victim. This says that he somehow tried to implicate another in the crime. Previously, he has told us, the killer has told us that this was a very masterful frame job. Although, specifically, he told us that we had to get an acquittal to save On Guard, because On Guard was his client. No, there's no. It's like, right? No, there's something wrong with this. There is something very wrong with this. So, I'm trying to like find a piece of scrap paper that's like big enough to like think out loud, kind of. So, when we first got this client, the killer told us that we needed to get an acquittal on guard because it was, you know, he has never had a client who was like, you know, accused of the murder that he committed, right? So that late, and that there was a very elaborate, very good frame job being constructed against him, right? That implies that that frame job... Wait, no. Yeah, no, he was saying that his client was being framed. So that points everything at Adrian, for whatever reason, taking the... Wait. Whoa. So, at its face, that points everything at Adrian, because she was the one who was blatantly forging evidence to frame our client, right? But she would have had no way of knowing. Yeah, she basically just framed him on a whim, which is what made him look bad, and which is what got him into this predicament in the first place. But now, this person tried to implicate another of the crime in order to save themselves. Adrian could be the actual client. So basically, actually, no, does that actually work though? If Adrian's the actual client and not the one who confessed to being the client? What if they're both clients? Oh, two clients, same target, kind of? So, that would explain why the killer knew about the frame job, actually. So, although our client is a client of the killer, the client he's going to testify about is not ours. But the problem is that Adrian's frame job wasn't very good. Like, it was blatant, and then she went and admitted to it. Although, what are you doing when you reach 500 subs for the channel? That's a good question, honestly. I don't actually know. I kind of want to do a stream marathon, but I don't actually know. I haven't quite decided. If I wind up doing like a marathon, I'll probably do mystery games mixed with like variety, so I don't go insane. But no, honestly, I don't actually know. I don't know what kind of 500 subscriber special I kind of want to do. But I've got a ways to go before I can even start planning that. Because I keep fluctuating around like 474 or something like that, 475, right around there. Every single time I like gain subs, I lose others. Because I'm pretty sure I'm like, all of like the Town of Salem people are starting to like fall off. Because I'm not doing Town of Salem anymore. And I don't blame them. Honestly, it happens. And like sometimes you like sub for like one very specific game and like, because for a while we were doing variety too. So like you'll sub for like one of like the longer ones, so you always find out about it, and then, you know, once that game is over, you just leave because it's no longer interesting, which is fair. Now where was I? I feel like I'm overthinking this. I think I am overthinking this. No, there's something here. No, there's something here. But what is it? This person tried to implicate another of the crime in order to save themselves, and this is a trespass that cannot be forgiven. We tried the suicide note, we tried the other two. Well, we tried their profiles, we tried the suicide note. I mean, we have nothing to lose by just, like, presenting things. Yeah. See, what I wish I could... Do every evidence. Honestly, I am very tempted, but the problem with doing every evidence is that we have so little stamina left in that bar, is that it just takes forever. I was gonna say, Taper, if you're here by some miracle, if you have a very vague hint, go for it till you find the last. Yeah, no, like, well, the problem with like doing every evidence is that like you have to try it on find each one of them basically anywhere. The only reason I assume it's on this one is because this is the one that tells us that this is the one that gives us the most information about the identity of the witness, like, right? I mean, of the client. But basically, we're just trying to coax information out of this man's. The killer kind of points it out in one of the presses. Yeah, so he points it out in this one, right? Because he's like, the client is, yeah, here. I'll get a word for word. So, yeah, no, because he's like, this client broke the rules and acted outside their prescribed role. Like, this is why I know it's this one. It's just a matter of figuring out how to get the logic to accept what I'm trying to. What if you present the spy camera he had on the killer? You know what? That actually makes sense. Okay. So, you know what? That actually makes sense. Because, so, if you present the spy camera, so basically, if I'm picking up what you're putting down correctly, spy camera to basically say that our client installed the spy camera in Karina's room to make sure that the murder was caught so that he could then use it as blackmail. You were thinking so hard your mouth kept moving and I thought you were muted? No! Oh no! Oh no. Yeah, no, honestly, if the angle isn't just right, like, you get some really weird movements. Yeah, so I'm gonna try the spy camera. Yeah, no. Yeah, so the camera didn't work. Like, I think, like, I see what you're, yeah. Like, I see what the plan, like, I can see, like, the logic for that one. It, like, and it makes sense. But yeah, so the killer kind of points it out in one of the presses. Yeah, so he points it out in this one, right? That his client, I didn't mean like that, he points out what you need to do. Oh. Okay, so I'm going to read all the presses, actually. Here, I'm going to read them all in order. Shush. Wait. We can hear anything you have to say later. Can you please just tell us your clients? I don't think you understand your place, Mr. Attorney. I said this is something I must first state. Do you know what the word first means? Okay, go on. Oh, that's fine. Wait. I provide my services in a fast and efficient manner. In exchange, I trust that my clients are discreet about me and my identity. If too many people knew my face, it would be quite troublesome. This is the first time one of my clients has ever been accused of murder. I must preserve the killer name so my clients can trust me. But couldn't someone stab you in the back and break your trust? It has never happened before, but if it ever did, that person wouldn't be my client for very long. With the implication that they're murdered, they would certainly... That's enough. Please no more. Very well. It was only a hypothetical anyway. So... Oh my god. No. No. Oh, no. Because there's evidence he forged the suicide note that said... No, but he forged this. There's evidence that he forged that suicide note that set this entire chain into motion. He forged the suicide note. Yeah. I don't think it's right here. No, I don't think it's right here. I'm gonna try it on the one right before this because I have a no. I think we're onto something. No, because just think about it. So okay, so think about it. So okay, so way back when Celeste was still alive, she and the victim wound up in a relationship. Our client tells Karita, the victim, that they had a relationship. In his jealous man baby pride, he breaks off their wedding engagement with Celeste, which then kills her. Okay, so, but Karita, there's evidence that he forged her suicide note, implying that she did not leave one or that she was murdered. So, okay, so let me see. So, with him forging the suicide note, that sets everything that is currently happening in motion, right? So, Celeste is dead. Adrian attempts, fails, finds out that Karita allegedly hid Celeste's note. She attaches herself to Karita to try to figure out where it is, get her hands on it, and then burn it before Karita can use it to basically just use Celeste's suicide as a pawn in his rivalry with our client. That then makes our client look bad because it makes him look like he's willing to hire an assassin to kill Karita, but with the forging of the note, he no, that doesn't work. No. Just press Y. Yeah, no, see, that doesn't... Yeah, no, it doesn't work. No. What do you mean, wrong one? No, I think I'm going, like, way too out there with this one. So, no. So, he tells us what we need to know to get through this ourselves. So, nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself. Who all knows his face? So... let me see. That seems a little strange to me. I mean, you're about to tell us the name of your client. I would think that this would be very bad for them. It doesn't matter to me. This client has already broken the rules and acted outside of their prescribed role. This person tried to implicate another of the crime in order to save themselves, and this is a trespass that cannot be forgiven. So someone already... No, come on. Shush. Hold it! You won't live very long if you let everything bother you. Somehow that is... Try to calm down a little. It's important to try and understand his mindset. He seems very steadfast and closed, blah, 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 blah. So... Taper, were we ever, like... It's probably in the evidence, yeah. Taper, were we ever on, like, the right path? If you happen to still be around. Because I feel like I'm, like, spiraling out into, like, way bigger scope than I need to be. Because this feels like I'm playing, like, 60 chess on a board that's... Not really. So I really am just playing 60 chess for no reason. I hate everything. Shit. I hate everything. Alright. So, what has he told us? So, first he has to get all of this squared away with us. First and foremost. Cool. So, nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself. The implication being that if you break his trust, you die. Hold it. The trust between you and client. In exchange for his services, all you have to do is be discreet about everything. If too many people know your face, it would be quite troublesome. And that is why you're testifying in this manner. This is the first time one of my clients has ever been accused of murder. I must preserve the killer name so my clients can trust me. Or couldn't someone stab you in the back and break your trust? It has never happened before, but if it ever did, yes, that person wouldn't be my client for very long. It would certainly... Very well. It was only a hypothetical anyway. See, this is why I was like, oh, well, what about the spy camera? Because the spy camera was set up to essentially, you know, blackmail the killer. The spy camera was set in its right eye, found in the victim's room. In her seat for $3,800, proof on guard bought a stuffed bear identical to the one in evidence. So, if we want to, well, no. So the client in question is in trouble with the killer, not for breach of trust. I just figured it out. If you can give a hint, you have to press everything. I already did. Several times, in fact. I trust that my clients are discreet about my identity. Yeah, that's fine. So then... Yeah, so if it was ever a problem, do it at the trust part. This one. Which I've already done. I've already pressed that. The client already broke the rules, tried to implicate another of the crime in order to save themselves. Now you have to press it 2 times. I mean, at this point I will huber you. So So press. Okay. Excuse me. I literally did this! What? I just did this! A person who frames another is the worst kind of human. I literally just did that. Why is it now triggering? I did this. I did this several times. Taper. Taper. Am I losing my mind? Did I not just do this? You lose your presses after loading a save. But so it didn't count because you did it across. So what? It's press on the trust, press on the rule break, and then go back to press on the trust again? Is that basically what it is? Or no, keep going. Well, no, I'm trying to figure out what it was. Because I'm trying to figure out what the trigger was. Basically. Okay, so basically you try to ply him for more information on his clients, and eventually he just you kind of break into him. Yeah, you just kind of work into him. The trigger was press everything. I mean, technically, yes. Okay, so basically you just kind of work on him for a bit, trying to, you know, hey, tell me a little more about your process, about your rules. And eventually he's like, ah, heck, this person sucks. Okay. He says he needs to say some stuff before naming his client. That was my hint. Ah. Okay. So basically, okay. And that's why you feel you can betray this person. I have no trust relation with a client who cannot understand their assigned role. Just my luck and assassin with a conscience. Who would have figured? Now then, everyone, do you think you can understand my logic? We're just gonna save now. No, save. Thank you. So we don't have to do that again. If you can't, then I'm afraid we can't proceed. Everyone understands your point, I think. Really. In that case, I believe I am prepared to disclose the information you seek. You have made it crystal clear that you value trust over all else. I believe we are ready. Excellent. And that is the reason I am here today on this witness stand. Now then, I do believe it's about time I reveal the name of my client. Don't you agree? Yes, please. Tell me. What is it? Now I can't bring myself to ask the client's name. If you can't ask it, Mr. Wright, then I will. Witness. What is the name of your client who requested the murder of Mr. Juan Corrida? That person's name is... Adrian Andrews. What? Objection! Witness? That's not who you told me it was earlier. Ritel, what are you talking about, Mr. Prosecutor? I should think I know my own client. It is Adrian Andrews. What? This can't be on the phone earlier. What's going on here? My guess is that Mr. DeKiller just stabbed Mr. Edgeworth in the back. Oh no! I'm sure in order to get an audience with this court, Mr. DeKiller told him a different name, Matt Ungard, perhaps? This is outrageous. I was deceived. This witness is telling a very serious lie. But you were the one who summoned this witness. You, Shelley DeKiller. My testimony is the truth. The defendant at the moment is Matt Ungard, am I correct? All I wish to do is help procure his acquittal. Wow. All of a sudden, it feels like we can actually win this. Yeah. The prosecution has failed to provide a motive and has instead provided the suicide note, which is a forgery created by the victim. Furthermore, there is a possibility the defendant himself knew it was a fake, but most definitive of all, we have heard from the assassin himself the name of his client. Mr. DeKiller's client who requested the murder was not the defendant at all. No. With all this evidence, it is obvious to me that this means that Mr. Matt Ungard is innocent. I don't don't know, something feels very... Oh, please tell me he's going to explain it. I seem to have caused you all a bit of confusion. Please continue your discussion and call me when you have reached a verdict. Bailiff, please bring Miss Adrian Andrews in immediately. What? What now? With the way this is going, On Guard will be found innocent. This may be our last chance to save Maya. Yeah, but Edgeworth is right. The killer is lying. And On Guard, my client, I know he's guilty. Can I live with myself if I win this? Who would have believed that the prosecution's own witness would absolve the defendant? Your Honor, the prosecution requests permission to further question the witness. Shelley the killer is certainly lying under oath. It wasn't me. Listen, everyone, please. That testimony just now, it was all one big lie. Miss Andrews, the suicide note may have been a fake, but that man, Matt, he's the reason Celeste died. And Juan's death, it was all because he got pulled into Matt's twisted world. That testimony just now, you have to believe me, it was a horrible, horrible lie. But Mr. DeKiller himself has testified. He has named you as his client. No, that's not true. Also, there is quite a bit of evidence that points to you. The knife input and donning the nickel samurai costume. But that's... You even have a motive. We know that Miss Celeste Impacts was a large part of your life. You wanted to follow her and you wanted revenge against the two who hurt her. I would say you have plenty of reasons to want them both dead. No, Mr. Wright. You know the truth, tell them. Tell them the real story, who the real killer is. Tell them. Please, help me. Yes, I know the truth. Mr. Wright, yes, Your Honor. I believe we have reached the end of this trial. Therefore, I ask the defense for any final words or opinions. I have to decide. Do I take the not guilty verdict and save Maya? Or do I throw this chance away and wait for Gumshoe's new evidence? What am I supposed to do? I'm assuming the bad ending is requesting the verdict now and just going, you know what? Sod it. Phoenix, I can't do it, Mia. I can't accept the not guilty. You are a lawyer. I know, but Pat On Guard is a killer, a murderer. I can't let him get away with this. I can't let someone else take the fall. If I let Miss Andrews be convicted, then I am no better than On Guard. And even though I don't want to admit it, I have to face the fact that it is because of Edgeworth that I now know the real truth. He could have gotten On Guard convicted so many times over, but he never took a single one of those chances. If I take this verdict right now, I'd be betraying his trust. His trust? I never thought about it until now. I trust him? Yes, you do. Yeah, no, we've been putting our trust into him this entire time because he's the one kind of spearheading the effort to find Maya, so we don't have to get that not guilty verdict. Mr. Wright, your opinion, please. The defense requests that we be allowed to further question Mr. DeKiller. Am I hearing you correctly, Mr. Wright? But that witness has cleared your client through his testimony. Your job here is done. I'm not done yet. To see through witnesses' lies and find the truth. That is my job, Your Honor. Ooh. There's still more evidence to look at. And I'm sure that once those pieces arrive here in this very courtroom, a miracle will occur. Very well. The trial will continue. Mr. Edgeworth, please reestablish connection with Mr. DeKiller. Right away, Your Honor. Ayo, nerd. Has the verdict been reached? Before that, we would like to talk with you a little more. About? All you needed from me was the name of my client. What else could you need me for? Well... Actually, we would like to hear everything you know about this case. This is how things are usually done. What is he talking about usually done? But what shall we have him testify about now? Mr. DeKiller, if you don't mind, please testify about your client in more detail. You legal people and your procedures. Is it any wonder no one likes to go to court? As I have already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client. However, one thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime. My client did it to frame another for the crime. While pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene, Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Juan Corrida was dead. But even more appalling is the creation and planting of the knife and button. The act is what I was referring to when I said my client had broken the rules. This is a most unexpected turn of events for the, 5th time now? However, this time everything has finally been revealed. Objection! Just a second, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth? We still have the cross-examination to do. But you don't need to question testimony like this, do you, Mr. Wright? Your Honor, the defense will question the witness, as if I have a choice here. Huh? Why? What is this witness? What this witness has said is nothing but beneficial to the defense's case. If you scrutinize the testimony, then I'll expose the lies in that oh so beneficial testimony, I suppose. I don't understand what's going on anymore. That makes 2 of us. Suffering. As I've already... I need to know what you have to say. What is it, Mr. Wright? I've ever pressed him the wrong way and might raise suspicions on his end, but I have to do something to waste more time. When it's about requesting a hit. Yes? How much is your fee? I see you are also quite a dark-hearted man, Mr. Attorney. Huh? If you would like to talk business, we can do so after the trial. No. Yes? You want to kill me? You want me dead, don't you? What? Why would you... Guilty, Mr. P. Witness, let's continue. Why did you disclose the name of your client? They are your client, are they not? Oh, that's so funny. Lord, the judge just freaking out. I would think that most people wouldn't be able to overlook a person hiring another to kill. If I had a problem with such a thing, I wouldn't be very effective at my job. Yeah, well, a change in occupation might be good for you. However, I will say this, even though I am the one that does the deed, my clients are always the real guilty party. That goes without saying, Mr. DeKiller. And their fate is to live with the knowledge of their guilt on their shoulders. However, my client this time thought that they could run away from their guilt. Are you talking about the button and the knife? Yes, and my business card. Ah, this card. So that no one has to waste their time, including the police. I always make it a point to make things as easy as possible. You try to make things easy? My business card makes it very easy to identify who carried out the service. He's pretty devoted to his work. But to disregard everything to go and stab the deceased with a knife and even hide my card from sight? That is something I cannot overlook. It's really hard to tell if he's being truthful or not without him being here. So you're saying most clients wouldn't do such a thing? Go to the Adrian already knew Juan was dead. No, I want to hear what he has to say. I want to like try to puzzle it out myself. Like that's the whole point of like mystery games. Okay, but like, no? No. And honestly, if you keep insisting, no. No. Honestly. If you're going to just keep insisting, I'm literally going to just start removing comments, all messages. Because I literally have it in the stream rules. I literally have down in the stream rules in the description for the stream, literally do not backseat. And that's exactly what you're doing. I'm sorry. It's like I'm trying to do this because it's fun. Like thinking it through, getting lost in your own thoughts is fun. I don't know Japanese, so I'm just going to remove that. Because I have no way of knowing what you're saying, like, at all. And that's a problem. So let's see. So you're saying most clients wouldn't do such a thing? That is correct. Usually, most people try to create an alibi for themselves. If you should use my services, Mr. Attorney, I would suggest you plan for your alibi too. Well, I also removed it. No, I already told you, I have no intention of using your services ever. Why does he keep looking at me like I'm the one on trial here? Adrian Andrews already... From the very beginning? That is correct. From before my client visited the room, all of my clients know precisely what the situation is at all times. I wonder if that's really true. That's odd. So why do you think your client did that? What do you mean by why? Well, fiddling around at the scene of the crime is pretty risky. And why would someone who has requested a murder go to the crime scene anyway? That is true. I assume it was probably done to frame Mr. On Guard. If that's the case, then why didn't the person just request that you do it? Sadly, that is not possible. Huh? My job is to kill, that is all, and to leave my business card behind naturally. The business card is so my clients may escape blame. To protect them is my duty. Even if they say it's for revenge, setting someone else up to take your fall? That act is what I was referring to when I said my client had broken the rules. And that's all you have to testify? Yes, and I pray that I will never be called to the stand again. Again, as in you plan to continue. I must, as I have yet to find a person to take my place and become the fourth successor. Actually, how would you like a new life, Mr. Attorney? Excuse me? No, I'm fine, really. Are you really now? I wonder what kind of man the judge thinks I am right now. What are you going to do now, Phoenix? All I can do now is expose the lies. That's true. However, you realize that will be very bad for our client, right? I'm so confused. But the one thing I know for sure is I can't let this trial end yet. So, wait. I need to see this again. Most clients wouldn't do such a thing. Snape killed him. You monster. How dare you spoil Harry Potter for me. That's correct. Usually, most people try to create an alibi for themselves. If you should use my services, Mr. Attorney, I would suggest you plan for your alibi too. No, it's not that one. No. Oh, this one. Already knew from the very beginning that Juan Corrida was dead. I just realized the butler and Chili the Killer look similar. Yeah, no, that one I figured out long ago. That's correct. From before my client visited the room, all of my clients know precisely what the situation is at all times. I wonder if that's really true. That's odd. Yeah. Oh yeah, so. Yeah, so honestly off of that one, if you hadn't told me, yes, you can stop saying the wine glass, because I was going to do it anyway. I was going to do it anyway. Because she claimed you're a bartender. I am. Technically. Thank you so much for taking the time to testify, Mr. Killer. What is the meaning of that attitude? When Adrian Andrews entered the victim's room, your client had no idea that Juan Corrida had been murdered. But how do you know that? From this wine glass, Your Honor. The wine glass? The glass. Mr. DeKiller's supposed client thought Mr. Corrida had only fainted, which is why this glass of tomato juice was poured for the victim. But isn't that just a part of Adrian Andrews' calculated plan? That is not possible, Your Honor. This glass bears the fingerprints of that person. Had this been planned, they never would have left their prints behind. I see your point. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion? Strangely enough, I had the same exact thought just now. Witness, how do you explain this strange phenomenon? Isn't it a waste of time to ask about such a minor detail? Is that a very important point anyway, correct? I'm afraid you are mistaken. If Adrian Andrews really is your client as you claim, then your client should have had knowledge of Mr. Garuda's death. If not, then that can only mean that Adrian Andrews was never your client at all. How strange. Yes? Why is it that the attorney has yet to raise an objection at this absurd situation? Phoenix? If the killer figures out what we're up to, we're in real trouble. Yeah, I know. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm surprised. You know you can't say things like that without any evidence. Ah, sorry. Well, that was an awfully weak objection for the two of you. Anyway, I am positive there was a contradiction in that testimony. The prosecution requests further testimony concerning when the request was taken. Very well, right now I have to buy us more time. While we wait for the items the killer left behind to get here. I just know that the very outcome of this trial lies with those items. This request came to me, about a week ago. It was a request for my services on the night of the award ceremony. We met at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters. That is what occurred. I trust my memory, and I believe I made no mistakes. Lies. So you physically met your client, huh? That is correct. Meeting one's client is the first step to building trust, in my opinion. I see. Well, Mr. Ray, your cross-examination, please. You see, Judge, my wife loves wine glasses. She was reading a magazine on wine glasses last week. Weirdest thing ever, and an entire magazine just dedicated just to wine glasses. 1 week ago, are you sure? Yes, I am quite sure. I, of course, have my own preparations, and I was barely able to finish. When you request my services, Mr. Attorney, I hope you will keep that in mind. Please stop. In any case, my client this time had a very specific date and time in mind. Specific date and time? Did you ask why on that specific night? No, I tried to fulfill all the conditions of my client's request. But as for why, I only had my suspicions. Your suspicions, huh? So what are these suspicions you had? Why did your client request that night? I'm sure it was all for the bear. The bear? My client spoke of it. I'm sure there will be a bear-shaped figurine in Juan Corrida's room. I would like you to retrieve that item for me. He must be talking about this bear puzzle. Inside that figurine was a suicide note. Naturally, the victim brought it with him to his hotel room. He was planning to publicly disclose its contents at the press conference, after all. That is correct. And if I had not done the job that night, I would not have known where that bear figurine was. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance? I mean, saying yes basically just makes it go longer. The testimony just now has made one thing clear, and that is the client knew the secret of the bear figurine. Why is everyone so quiet? Mr. Wright, I think all of us already knew that. Oh, really? Witness, please look at well, at least it didn't harm us. I'll take it. So you physically met Adrian Andrews, right? Of course I did. What was that? What was with the brief pause? Witness, I would like for you to give us a few more details. I always meet my clients as a matter of principle. I have never taken a request by telephone or mail. And why is that? That's because I value the trust between a client and myself above all else. And the only way to establish that is to speak to the client while looking them in the eye. Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just... Yes. Of course, it was very important, Your Honor. If Mr. DeKiller had met his client before the murder, then it's unlikely he is mistaken. So you're saying that... you see, it is just as I said. I'm so lost. Who the heck am I supposed to be helping here? Calm down, Phoenix. Think carefully and relax. Now then, would the witness please continue? Oh, he is so confused right now. So your client was Adrian Andrews. That is correct. Well, he says the two of them met, but if they did meet, then there shouldn't be anything wrong with the killer's testimony. Well, there doesn't seem to be anything strange this time around. You have to draw more information from him, but you can't draw his suspicion. If you can do that, you should be able to find a flaw in his testimony somewhere. Talk about a delicate balance. So it came about a week ago. Why on that specific night? No. It was all for the bear. Okay, so they wanted the bear figurine. Was the suicide note? No. Well, yes, everyone knows. At this point, everyone knows. But it was not important. Well, you know what? I wonder in general what happens when you say it's not important. Like, do you get penalized? See, he pauses when he's like, yeah, I totally met this client. Why he meets his clients is not important. That wasn't the point. Witness, please stop sidestepping my questions. What do you mean by that? My question was, did you really meet Adrian Andrews in person? I've already told you, Mr. Wright, I did. It was only through talking with him face to face that I began to trust him. That's when I thought I can trust this person as a client. There we go. God. If Your Honor, I believe the testimony just now was of the utmost importance. Huh, really? If that's the case, witness, please include this statement just now in your testimony. Very well. No, we got him. No, we got him. Got him. I would like to go over this one more time. You met Adrian Andrews at a bar and took the request at that time? Yes, that is correct. And that's when you thought he was trustworthy? How many times must I repeat myself? Yes, that is correct. I'm sorry, but that is an impossible tale. What? Shelley the Killer. You have never met the real Adrian Andrews. Why would you say that? Because you made one very big slip up. About her. So what is the issue? What did you just say? About her? If you had ever met Adrian Andrews in person, one luck would have told you that she is a woman. Oh. Got him. Order in the court, Mr. Wright. What's the meaning of this? This witness testified to the following. That he always meets face-to-face with his clients when taking their request. But he has never met Adrian Andrews in person. Yes, Your Honor. That is exactly the point. That means Mr. DeKiller's client could not have been Miss Adrian Andrews. Ugh. Got him. Mr. Edgeworth, I understand your logic on this one. However, why would the assassin make such a basic mistake? I believe it has to do with her name, Your Honor. Her name? Yes, Adrian Andrews is without a doubt a very androgynous name. Yes, I see. Unluckily for Mr. DeKiller, the entire time he was on the stand, no one had stated Adrian Andrews' gender. And so he simply picked the wrong gender to go with. What? What is going on? Shenanigans are afoot. Shelley DeKiller, this court demands an explanation. I think somehow I must have mixed up this client with another. So does that mean you remember something different now? Yes, of course. Please, if you would allow me to testify once more. I know he's just going to spit out more lies. Very well, but this time please give us the truth and nothing but the truth. Well, that just means the more lies he gives us, the more lies we, poke holes in, because we are buying the evidence Gumshoe had time to get here, and it's also buying the cops time to find Maya. So I will gladly take him lying until the cows come home, if it means that, this trial goes on longer. Yes, now I remember, I took that request by mail. There have been times when I took a job without having met my client. The request was for the murder of Juan Corrida and 2 or 3 other small things. The tow truck drivers to pull Gumshoe's car out of the wall. Exactly. When I saw the name at the end of the letter, I found my client to be a man. So you took this job through a letter. He didn't mention anything about a letter in his earlier testimony, which means he is definitely lying. Be careful, Phoenix. If you break the assassin's testimony completely, it's over for us. I know, I can't make him suspicious, but I think we're okay. Like, we can do this. As long as he's standing there across from me, no matter how strong of a punch I throw, he'll counter it. Now then, let's begin the cross-examination. Arguably, this should be part 3. What is a letter to the judge? Exactly. But didn't you just say that you always meet your clients? Yes, I suppose I did say that. However, there are some clients for whom a meeting is simply not possible. But didn't you meet your client this time? No, I did not. Oh, come now. Let's stop with this game of cat and mouse. Using your silkiest voice is not going to work on me. Alright then, just cough it up and confess. Mr. Wright, you can't badger a witness with such harsh words. You're a lawyer, so behave like one and present evidence instead of mindlessly yelling. Now then, do you have any proof that Mr. DeKiller met with his client? Oh, no, absolutely not, Edgeworth. Sadly for us, Your Honor, that is the nature of right and wrong. I hate everything. And why could you not meet with certain clients? Recently, I have been receiving more requests. If I meet each and every client, I would lose some nice business opportunities. Nice business opportunities? On top of which, the times have changed. It is now the age of information and computers, correct? Well, I have joined the times and now take requests via electronic mail. Electronic mail? Do you have to mail that in a special insulated envelope? I am getting there. Trust me, I am getting there. I also, Phoenix Wright at its core is also a visual novel. So, I do like to read it. I like to, have all of the pieces. But yes, no, I am getting there. I despise the shortening of words. What I meant by electronic mail is what is commonly referred to as email. Email? In a contest of mimicry, the judge would beat a parrot, hands down. Anyway, so you took this job without having met your clients, and the request was for the murder of Juan Corrida and 2 or 3 other small things. 2 or 3 other things. Yes, and what were these other things? A few other things that have nothing to do with this case. We are just gonna press. It'd be really bad if I pushed his buttons the wrong way and he got mad. Phoenix, if you're stalling, you should describe email to the judge. Yeah. I'll press it further. Whether or not they're related to this case is for the court to decide. Mr. Attorney. We ticked him off! No! Oh, yeah. Yeah. But that does give us somewhere to work. So you're saying that you never saw your client's face, not even once? No, if I pressed further, that would have been bad. I did once. We are trying to, buy time. We need this to go long. It was when I want to give my client the figurine. Yes, I see. But Miss Andrews was wearing a mask at the time. A mask? The Nickel Samurai mask, I'm guessing. Mr. Wright, what do you have to say about this? No, controller! Come back. Controller, do you have any problems? Let's see. Andrews would have known how to open it. On guard would have just smashed it, which is also viable. I think I can pull something out of what he said, but it would be real bad if I did something and made him mad over something trivial. We pretty much reached the end of our rope here, huh? Seems like we're still okay to me. And that's exactly what is so bad. At the rate we're going, we will end up completely destroying the killer's lie. If we do that, you already know how serious of a situation that will put us in. Oh yeah. All I can do now is pray that those items reach us in time. Okay, so basically before we push really hard, I want to see what happens if I push him on this one. Because the other one had him blowing up. So I want to see what happens when I press him on this one. I mean, I have a safety save. I've seen everything. There's a contradiction. One thing does sort of stick out at me, Your Honor. Witness, I think you most definitely saw your client's face. Let's recall Mr. Power's testimony. After the award ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in his Nickel Samurai costume. Matt gave the bellboy a tip. You received quite a large roll of cash from Mr. On Guard. And at the time, he was not wearing his Nickel Samurai mask. Oh, okay. Okay, we got the... Okay, so we pushed him on the right one. Okay. Yes, now that you mention it, I do remember that. Witness. Yes, that night I did wander the floor as a bellboy. I received plenty of tips that night for carrying juice to the various rooms. Is that so wrong? Huh? The man who gave me that tip was not my client. He was probably just a very generous person. Objection! I'm sorry, but sadly we are not nearly so generous here. If I could receive large rolls of cash by simply bringing people things on trays, then why on earth would I stand around here prosecuting? Oh, the deja vu. And isn't his salary more than enough for one man? And where is your evidence that the large roll of cash was not in fact a tip? Come, Mr. Edgeworth, show me the money. Otto should interview the assassin. I know, right? What? Mr. Attorney. Yes? You know, I think your line of questioning has been a little strange. In fact, I would say you don't seem to believe Miss Andrews is my client. Oh, no, it's not like that at all. I just think lies aren't a good thing, you know? Oh, I know and agree. Lies are not a good thing at all. I think we are on the same page now, aren't we, Mr. Attorney? Remember, if I feel threatened in any way, I'm free to cut contact at any time. I'm sorry, please forgive my foolishness. If only you were this apologetic all the time. Anyway, I do not see a huge contradiction here. Therefore, you may continue, witness. We're... Yeah, well, now that we've had him kind of blow up a bit, yeah, I guess we'll do it just to see what happens. Because that's the only other time he blew up. Otherwise, we can probably try using an actual contradiction. I smell the stench of a backstabber. Should you turn out to be one? Wait. Witness, this is a very important matter. Please cooperate and tell us what these other jobs your client requested were. If it's truly that important, I suppose I don't have much of a choice. The bear figurine. Okay. After the assassination of the target, I was to find that figurine. I was told that this job was just as important as the actual killing. And where was that figurine? It was inside Mr. Kurita's suitcase. And then, what did you do next? I handed it over to my client right away. You gave it to your client? Interesting. This information certainly sounds important to me. Witness, please include what you just stated in your testimony. As you wish. I want to see what he has to say. I found this figurine at Mr. Unguard's mansion. If you gave it to Miss Andrews, then what was it doing there? I was waiting for her there. That was also part of the plan to frame Mr. Ungard, I'm sure. That makes a lot of sense. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any problems with this piece of testimony? I want to see what happens when I say no. So it's no use, as long as I can't put my finger on the central problem here. Pressing this witness anymore would be extremely dangerous. It appears that Mr. Wright has no problems. Well then, witness, please continue. Well, the problem is that we're on very thin ice. We are basically just buying time. Well, the thing is, though, is that... Well, I want to see what happens. I want to see what happens if you just keep pushing on him. There's a contradiction. It says he gave the figurine to Miss Andrews, but I know somewhere in that statement there is a contradiction. And yet, I know that if I present something trivial here, he will cut the connection on his end. If you want to make a strong point, Phoenix, you have to present strong evidence. She's right. So now... So basically, we have to use this as a chance to hide. Is that because you watched the walkthrough? High chance or low chance? Exactly. So, okay. So let's walk this. Okay, so let's walk this through, right? So, why is there a contradiction with him giving Adrian the bear? So he was already in... Wait, no, he was arrested there. Like, the problem here is that why would she need the bear at his mansion if she had already framed him enough to get him arrested, right? Was she just in case everything else she did wasn't enough? I guess? No, so I'm trying to think. So, the killer is claiming that Adrian, in addition to the button and the knife, the killer is claiming that Adrian had him bring her the bear at the mansion. So, no, but so that she could frame... So that she could further frame On Guard for it. But he's also, well, we know that he's, you know, that these are the same guy. We also know that he is also the bellhop, just in general. So, what? No, so there is a contradiction there, but what is it? Let's see, what? Let's see. No. Contradiction is not here. Yeah. It was when I went to give my client the figurine. Oh, no. Oh, no. No. Oh no, so this is the tip. Okay, that's right. Okay, so Edgeworth is going to... Okay, so let's see. Because we're trying to buy time. I took that request by email. There have been times when I've done it without meeting my clients for 2 or 3 small things. One of those was to find the bear figurine and to give it to Adrian Andrews. I need to see this again. I found this figurine at Mr. Unkard's mansion. If you gave it to Miss Andrews, then what was it doing there? I was waiting for her there. That was also part of the plan to frame Mr. Unkard, I'm sure. That does make a lot of sense. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any problems with the testimony? So yeah. Yeah, so basically, so long as I don't have... No, where's the part where... Wait a minute. Oh wait, no. Oh, this is the tip. No! Oh yeah. Ah! No, okay, so I'm gonna just back off here. Because there is a contradiction here, but the problem is that if I use that option, if he gave it, then the suicide note wouldn't be there. But like the thing is though, is that I thought my client to be a man. The thing is though, all right, so the thing here is that when he said, not this, what do you mean not this one? No, so the one before. So, well no, the thing here is that here he's claiming that he didn't give it to, so with this particular one, he's saying that one of those was to find the bear figurine and give it to Adrian. He claims that he was at the mansion waiting for her, but never handed it over, right? But then here, when I saw the name at the end of the letter, I thought my client to be a man, and so they decide to run the direction that you had to have seen his face because he wasn't wearing a mask at the time. No, so basically, no, look. So when I saw the name at the end of the letter, I thought my client to be a man. So you're saying that you never saw your client's face, not even once. I did once. It was when I went to give my client the figurine. Ah, see? But Miss Andrews was wearing a mask at the time. So, see, the problem here is that he's claiming to have actually done the handoff. I don't know. Who is this girly? There are no girls here. Girly's not in the stream. No, see, there's a problem here, but like, it's more of a contradiction with itself in the previous statement, and you can't like do that. You can't like cross issues with that. But yeah, so no. We can't, let's see, let's just safety save, just because I don't remember when I saved last. But yeah, we can try presenting the suicide note here. I'm very... if he gave them the suicide note, wouldn't be there. Oh yeah, true, because she would have popped it open and taken the note out to then burn it. If you had really given the bear to Miss Andrews, like, I just wanted to be sure that there wasn't, like, other logic that we could have argued, like, saying that, because... Yeah, basically... Yeah, so basically, what I was trying to figure out was basically because he was claiming to have handed over the bear kind of in two different places. One of which was at the mansion, so that it was there as, you know, falsified evidence, but he's also claiming that Miss Andrews was wearing a mask, which implies that the handoff was at the hotel, because I would imagine you would take off the mask before you go driving anywhere, especially if you're going to, you know, what is allegedly your, quote-unquote, your house, especially if she was going to, you know, her own client's, you know, mansion, you know, it doesn't make sense for her to go to the mansion in the costume. So I was going to try to be like, oh, because the bear was found at the mansion, you're lying about where the handoff was, so you would have seen the face, or like, you know, something was wrong there, so it's like, how is the bear at the mansion if you did the handoff at the hotel? But the suicide note one is easier to, well, is a lot cleaner to prove, because she knew how to get into the bear, so if the handoff had actually gone to her, she would have just solved the puzzle, taken the suicide note out, burned it, done. Yeah, then it should not have been inside. Yeah, believe it or not, the absolutely insane ramblings that I get into aren't just me losing my mind. Like, the logic is usually pretty okay, up until I realize that there's a problem, or I missed something. But that's kind of the whole fun of it, you know? Being able to just kind of take the puzzle and kind of turn it around in your head. And even if it takes you a while to kind of figure it out, and like, yeah, like, I do ask for hints. And I do ask that they be vague when I do, because obviously I want to try to figure it out. That's like the fun of mystery games. Especially Phoenix Wright, where the logic is a little weird. So, like, kind of clicking into that, like, weird logic, it feels really good. I see where you're going. Yeah, yep, that's where I'm going. Where's everyone going? Do I need to pack a suitcase? Your Honor, please think back to Miss Andrews' testimony. And I was going to burn it, for her sake. If even for a single minute this bear had actually been in Miss Andrews' hands, I'm sure she would have taken that suicide note out and burned it. Order, order, order! So that's where you two were going. No, controller, come back. Man, it fell off my desk like weeks ago, and it's never been quite the same since. I'm so sad. So by the very fact that this suicide note was still inside the bear, it tells us that your client didn't know how to disassemble the puzzle. Which means It means, Your Honor, that it is impossible for Adrian Andrews to be the client. Ooh. I'm surprised this is perfectly... Order, order, order! Mr. Phoenix Wright. I'm sure I mentioned this before, how I hate traitors above all else. I think your cross-examination has clearly demonstrated something to me. You must wish to break your end of our agreement. No, that's enough. If that is your intention, then there is only one thing for me to do. Wait, please. Gentlemen, ladies, please excuse me. I have a matter that I must attend to.
Hold it!
No, please, not that. Please wait. Mr. Attorney, bring this trial to a speedy end, and I may stay my hand otherwise. What in the... Mr. Wright, are you... Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. I didn't understand this witness's outburst just now. Do you think there is a need to hear more testimony, or is this enough? Well, we should, Edgeworth. We can't do this. If we keep this up, she'll... Prosecution, what is over everyone? Even you are. The prosecution rests. What is going on around here? The prosecution has no further questions, Your Honor. What? Oh, Lord. Everyone's like, what's going on? Well, I never thought I'd see the day. This is a most unusual situation. If the prosecution rests with no further questions, then the prosecution has failed to uphold its stance. If that is the case, then even though I am reluctant, I must believe that Mr. DeKiller's testimony is accurate. That would mean that Shelley DeKiller's client is Adrian Andrews. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. If I had the trial here, right now, then your client, Matt Ungard, would be declared innocent. And in his place, Adrian Andrews would be charged with murder. This Andrews would be charged with murder. Yeah, no, we know. The prosecution has no further questions, so you will now hear the defense's final remarks. Bailiff, please bring the defendant, Matt Ungard, to the stand. The items from DeKiller's hideout didn't make it in time. We tried as hard as we could, but it looks like our time has run out. I can't believe it. The outcome now lies in your hands. Oh no. Dude, did the old guy finally decide? To be honest, I can't think of you as a truly innocent and good person. You have done enough evil to drive a woman to suicide. But at least on the charge of murder, it would appear you are innocent. Sir, it's a little early for you to be doing that. Ah, so I guess even the old fuddy-duddy figured me out. Mr. On guard? What an atrocious lawyer I have, given his own client up like this. That refreshing like a spring breeze crap, it's just as atrocious, don't you agree? What's he doing? Anyway, get on with it and pronounce me innocent already. Alright, Mr. Lawyer? Should I side with justice or should I save Maya's life? You better get on guard a guilty sentence, okay? But if I did that, Maya will die. But if I say he's innocent, then Miss Andrews will be charged as the murderer. Do I say he's guilty? Or not guilty? Either choice I make, someone's life is going to end. It all hinges on what I choose. I'm assuming... Let's hear the defense's final statements on this matter. Oh no. Oh no. I hate everything. If the person who hired the assassin was Adrian Andrews, then your client, Mr. Matt Ungard, is innocent. There's no need to ask, old man. After all, my lawyer is going to say what I want, aren't you? Right? I can't do this, but I have to decide something. I can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. My client, Matt Ungard, is... In worst case scenario, we just... Honestly, if this gets me the achievement for bad ending... We are waiting for your answer, Mr. Wright. Matt Ungard, your client deserves an answer. Maya, I'm sorry. Matt Ungard is...
Objection!
Hey! Hooray! Her shoulder recovered! Franziska von Karma! What are you doing here? Ow. You see now, don't you, Mr. Phoenix, right? This is exactly why you should never take your eyes off that scruffy fool. Did you bring them, the final pieces? Do you have them? You should know better than to ask that, Mr. Miles Edgeworth. Von Karma is perfect in every way. The evidence is here in perfect condition. Don't worry about Scruffy. He's fine and his injuries are minor. All the items are inside this. Oh, she brought them in his coat. Francisco, we have someone for you to whip. Go wild. Probably not a good idea. I have a bad feeling that would not turn out the way we expect it to. What a filthy old coat this is. That's Gumshoes. I can spot his tattered rags anywhere. Aww. I apologize for its ugliness, but there was nothing else to wrap the items in. I fought long and hard this whole trial, all for what is inside that raggedy coat. I'm sure that inside that coat lies a crucial piece of evidence. Your Honor, inside that filthy coat are the defense's final pieces of evidence. Your final evidence? Elgard's like, excuse you? It's 2 hot dogs and a Coke! Oh no! This trial is already over. All that remains is for me to hand down my verdict. I do not believe that any evidence presented now would change the outcome of this trial. What? Your Honor, it is our duty to examine every piece of evidence down to the last. I request that Ms. Von Karma be allowed to present these pieces of evidence. I suppose you are right, Mr. Edgeworth. I grant permission to do so. However, this one obvious rule applies here. If these items do not bring up any new points, then they will not be accepted by this court. Now, Ms. Von Karma, if you please. These pieces of evidence are items left by the killer during his escape from the police. He must have been in quite a rush. Yes, Your Honor. The killer left 3 pieces of evidence. Somewhere among the evidence we're about to see, there will be something that will turn this whole situation around like a miracle. I'm sure of it. That is all we can hope for. The first item is a pistol. Does the killer's pistol have anything to do with this case? No, that's presumably the pistol she was shot with. So no. I'm pretty sure there was no gun involved in this case. There's no real benefit to hearing about it. Please present the next piece of evidence. The second piece of evidence is this videotape. Have you checked the contents of that tape? Unfortunately, there was no time to. Oh, yeah. But I would speculate that this tape is very important. Why would you say that? Because he came back to his hideout for it. The killer went back for it? That's right. Looks like he was trying to recover it. He injured 3 of the officers at the site. But somehow it looks like they managed to protect it from the killer. Shelly the killer is no ordinary man. Ooh. The last piece of evidence is this bellboy's uniform. Was that used during the crime? I'm almost certain it was. There's even a pair of black leather gloves in one of the pockets. There's no doubt about it, the killer was wearing this on the night of the murder. There was one thing I found interesting about this uniform. And what's that? There's a button missing on the uniform. A button? It's a very unique button. I'm sure if we were to recover it, it would provide us with an interesting clue. Bellboy's uniform added to the court record. That is all I have to present, Your Honor. Just as I thought. And what is it, Your Honor? I'm sure, were we under normal circumstances, these items from Shelly the killer's hideout would be very important clues. However, our question is not who did the killing, it is who is the client. Yes, that is correct. And these 3 items do not tell us anything about that. Thank you for your hard work, Ms. Von Karma. You may step down now. Wait, Your Honor. Please allow me to examine this new evidence. Overruled. This court already has all the evidence it needs to hand down a verdict. Wonderful. Absolutely splendid. This judge is such a brilliant man, isn't he? Is this the end? Phoenix. I knew it. There is no such thing as a miracle in this world, is there? I think you're wrong. I think they do exist. But you have to make that miracle happen. You've come this far. You can't give up now. But But no matter how you think about it, it's try, for my sake, just think about it for a second. There are two ways out of this situation for us. Two. The first, make On Guard wish from the bottom of his soul for a guilty verdict. Huh? The killer will always place his client's wishes first. If On Guard himself wishes to be convicted, then he will let his hostage go. That may be true, but that's asking me to do the impossible. The second way, force the killer to end his contract with On Guard. If the killer were to no longer think of On Guard as his client, then he would let Maya go. Yeah, that's even more impossible. He's a man who values his duty towards his clients above all else. I know both of these seem like impossible feats at first, but if you can make either one happen, it would truly be a miracle. The bigger problem is, the judge has already said he doesn't need any more evidence. The pieces he was just shown, he's not accepting them. Phoenix, think of things through from the other side. Isn't that what has always worked for us? The other side, wait, does she mean, you mean to turn things around? Phoenix, the judge says he doesn't need the evidence. If that's the case, then who does need it? The person who needs the evidence, the defense, prosecution, and the judge, we have seen all the pieces of evidence. And that is how we have come to know the truth. But there is one person who has yet to see them all. And that person does not know the truth. The truth, it may be what will bring about the miracle in the end. There are no objections this time, correct? Now then, I will pronounce my verdict. Why don't we all respectfully sit back and listen, kids?
Objection!
I've already told you, Mr. Wright. This court does not need any more evidence. I'm not saying it is us that needs the evidence, Your Honor. Then you want to show the evidence to that person? Yes, Your Honor. Please, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, for you to ask with such passion, I will grant you one chance. One chance?
Objection!
That's impossible. To turn the situation around in one try? One try. That is all I will permit. I have to try to remember. Everything that has happened up to this point, think, Phoenix. Think. There must be a way to save Maya while taking On Guard down at the same time. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's not waste any more time. Who would you like to show evidence to? So if we show the evidence to Shelly, so let's think, because actually, Remember to Killer, one of its special buttons is missing. Okay, so it's confirmed to have been from the Jammin' Ninja costume. Now, where's the missing button? Contents unknown. So, yeah. So, if we... One of the items retrieved, the killer violently tried to recover contents unknown. So, this implies that the killer... No, I know how to present people. Thank you. I'm just thinking it through. Like, I'm like looking through these. One of the items retrieved from the killer's hideout, nothing else was. No, we assume that this is the gun that shot Francisca in the shoulder. This obviously was worn the night of the murder. One of its buttons is missing. We know it's not the one that was recovered. Present your attorney's badge. That's such a good meme. So we know one of its buttons is missing. The button was not recovered because the one that was recovered is confirmed to have been from the Jammin' Ninja costume. This tape, whatever is on this tape, is probably our ace in the hole, but we don't know what's on it because obviously Francisco didn't have time to look. So depending on what's on this tape, we actually could show it to our clients and Yeah, it's footage of him getting recorded live, probably. But like the thing is though, the fact that he violently tried to recover it implies that he knows what's on it. So if we show it, well, actually, so yeah, we could show it to Shelly. I don't know who you're talking to. Because it's like you, me, and Wood. And me and Wood, as far as I'm aware, aren't girls. So let's see. Yeah, no, because honestly, prison is probably better than whatever fate Shelly would have in mind for her betrayal. So, actually, no, because actually, if we show Shelly, then that would probably make, that would probably tick him off enough to, you know, make our client beg for prison, for safety. You know what, let's go for it. We have a safe down. Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? I think there is some merit in showing this evidence to that witness. Present the gun to Francisca after she goes. Oh, that would be so funny. Bailiff, please bring in the transceiver from earlier. Alright, it looks like I managed to convince him. So far, so good. Maya, she's okay, right? Didn't I tell you to concern yourself with bringing about a speedy end to this trial? Now, if I understand correctly, you wish to show me one piece of evidence. In theory, she's fine. Yes, one is all I need. I have your videotape. It was found at your hideout. I heard you injured 3 officers in your attempt to get this back. That was most regrettable. However, it was an order from my client. I was told to protect that videotape. I thought so. I'm afraid I seem to have failed in that regard. You know the contents of this tape. Ah, I was only told her. Oh, yeah. No, this was the way. This was the way. Guard's gonna be begging for jail. Oh no. I was certainly told by my client to not watch it, so I have absolutely no idea. Actually, you are on this tape. Me? There was a video camera hidden at the crime scene. Your actions were being recorded. What? Is that true, Mr. Wright? Who was it that planted a camera? Well, the only person who could have planted a camera at the scene of the crime would be your client, naturally. That was Adrian Andrews. Be quiet and listen, Your Honor. I like how he's like, be quiet and listen, Your Honor. Yes, sir. Your client specified a place and time for you, isn't that right? Yes. That was so they could film you. I had no idea. Mr. Wright, why wouldn't my client do such a thing? I would like to know why. Why did Matt Ungard film the crime scene? The reason why he did that is my ticket out of this whole mess. There's only one reason why your client would secretly film the crime. They want to blackmail on you. Your client once told me something very interesting. We were talking about you, and this is what they said. But I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone, least of all assassins. Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. Yes, that's where the video comes in. With that, I can keep him at bay and even blackmail him if I want. Your client didn't trust you at all. They were thinking of using this video to blackmail you. What do you have to say to that, Shelly the Killer? Oh. Oh. It looks like I was being deceived from the very beginning. Yes, by a natural. That is the kind of person they are. Your client is a person who only thinks in plots of how to use the people around them to protect themselves from any and all dangers that may arise. That is the true nature of your client. I have one question for the witness. Yes? You told us one thing numerous times during your testimony. You said you detest traitors most of all. Yes, that's right. But what if that traitor was your own client? What would you do then? That's obvious. I would break our contract in that case. And then, that client would become my next target. For the honor of the killer name, even if it takes an eternity, I would follow that person to the ends of the earth to exact my punishment. I see. That's all I wanted to know. So the traitor becomes the killer's next target. Ah, I get it. This is how we'll turn this case around. Mr. Wright. Yes? My contract with my client is over as of now. I seem to have a new job on my hands. I will now return to you your precious item. What the? I'm not an item. I thought I'd never see you again. Oh, thank goodness. Hashtag boo. This trial appears to have come to its conclusion. However, I am sort of, I don't quite know what. Miss Von Karma, where did that? She always has you in her sights. Hashtag packwatch. Now I do believe it's time to hand down a verdict. Oh, look who's sweating now. Mr. Hogard, it looks like somehow you got what you wanted. You will finally receive the acquittal you wanted so badly. You should be happy. But before that, I would like to make one final statement. Sometime in the near future, one very betrayed assassin may appear before you. Needless to say, that man is very good at what he does. I'm sure you would understand what I mean if you watch this video. Help me. Now then, Your Honor, the verdict, if you please. Oh, we're playing with our food now. Is this all right with you, Mr. Wright? We have finally reached the end of a very long battle. Whether he's convicted or acquitted, there is no escape for him now. Go on, Phoenix. Plead whichever way your heart tells you. Right, Chief? You know what, Matt, on guard. Even though I am a lawyer, I can't do it to him. I cannot make your crime disappear. I think a guilty verdict is appropriate here. Well, I mean, he dies either way. Me, my wonderful self, guilty. Even if you get an acquittal, the instant you set foot outside the detention center, your life would be in danger. Does not guilty still make Adrian guilty? Oh yeah, because everything is revealed. But either way, I mean, I'd rather have him the guilt. Because now he has to like live with like obviously like he'd be paranoid if he left. Yeah, the killer literally admitted to it. Yeah. Like everyone knows that he is the you know, the client. Everyone knows what actually happened now. Like that is no longer a question, right? Basically pleading not guilty basically just throws him to the wolves and leaves him paranoid. Assuming he survives long enough to get out of the detention center. But if you plead guilty, he gets to spend whatever is left of the rest of his life in jail before, you know, the justice system deals with him for, you know, hiring an assassin to kill someone. But he then has to live with however long that is, with the paranoia that the assassin is going to break into his jail and kill him there. Do you know how much more he stews in paranoia by pleading guilty? He just stews in paranoia until the state deals with him. I I would prefer he's I would prefer he's Stu, personally. Imagine he gets a conviction of 1 minute and when he gets out. No, he wouldn't. You can't run away from your crime anymore. Yeah, no. Basically he's damned if we plead not guilty, he's damned if we plead guilty. Like, it doesn't matter which way he goes, because he's going to die either way. Guilty, it's done by the state. Not guilty, it's done by a very, very angry assassin. And honestly, the assassin probably would try to break into jail to kill him before the state gets to him, to be perfectly honest. Like, it depends on how crazy the killer is, to be but he also doesn't know that. Oh, Lord. I'm pretty sure there were ones in there. As always, it looks like we have uncovered the real truth. I don't remember you helping out as much in this. Mr. Edgeworth, how's about Ungard? I have left Miss Von Karma in charge of his incarceration. I'm sure he's getting a full course meal of whipped leather right about now. Very good. That was a close one, wasn't it, witness? Yes. You were actively hindering this trial. I plan to pay my debt to society for my own crime, Your Honor. The first time I was called to the witness stand during this trial, all I felt was despair. She must be talking about the time Edgeworth really went after her. I guess she's trying to forgive him for what he did. Oh yeah, no, he went. Sir, why are you like this? Wait, now that I think about it, does that imply his original face scars were done by himself too? Yes. Which is frightening. L plus ratio. Oh my god, what on earth? What on earth is that coffee pasta? But after that, when I was alone at the detention center, that's the first time I really saw myself for who I am. And today, when the two of you used your combined strength to convict Matt, I felt like I had finally been saved. Wow, this is the first time I've ever seen her smile. Oh, look, we got the really good ending. I'm really happy that you two were in charge of this case. I really don't know how to express how I feel at this moment. This is the first time I felt comfortable with myself, with who I am. Thank you so much, everyone. Aww. Yeah, no, see, this is the best ending. It looks like we have resolved everything at last. As for myself, there are still a few things I'm confused about, but everyone seems to be in good spirits, and that is good enough for me. That is all. This court is adjourned. Aw, yeah. Let's go. You were great out there, Phoenix. What I did out there was right, wasn't it? This is the first time you've not gotten your client off. You got them a guilty verdict this time. But you have to look past all of that to what's really important. You now realize that there is something more than just getting a not guilty, right? Yes, I understand now. The killer is guilty, the judge is confused, Gumshoe's still fired, and Von Karma gets to use her whip. All is good in the world. Oh, you forgot that Edgeworth's back. Phoenix, think back for a second. Think back to the moments before Ms. Von Karma arrived with the final pieces of evidence. Think about the incredible decision you had to make. My client, Matt Ungard, is... And we were going to say guilty. Is he guilty or is he not guilty? Those were your choices then. And your answer? Your answer spoke to what being a lawyer means to you. Right! Edgeworth? I've good news. Maya is now safe in police custody. Do I play Roblox? No, I do not. Really? Pearl, you're telling us the truth, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, she's quite safe. She's on her way here as we speak in a patrol car. Aha, Mystic Maya's safe. You did it, you really did it, Mr. Nick. Oh, she punches deceptively hard for a kid. Play it in a stream? I mean, I don't play Roblox, and as far as I'm aware, there's not really mystery games on Roblox. To be perfectly honest. I mean, there's Bloxton, but like, I've seen people play Bloxton, and it doesn't look interesting, to be perfectly honest. I keep saying it to myself, Nick will save her, Nick will save her. Well, we're saving that for when I have to torment him. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Yeah, you would enjoy that, wouldn't you? Just showing me a tour of all the bad wood grain. Thanks. Oh, what's wrong? Miss Von Karma. About earlier, thanks? Ow! Why are you still smiling, Mr. Phoenix Wright? You lost! Your perfect win record has now been crushed, and yet, you're still happy? I don't think you'll ever understand Miss Von Karma. How dare you? Don't worry. She may in time. After all, I was like that myself until a year ago. Edgeworth? For my own personal victories and for guilty verdicts. I used every dirty trick in the book, and so my win record remained spotless. But a man appeared and stood fast against that selfish me. I fought him in my usual manner and tasted my first defeat. Aww. I felt like I had lost everything because of that. And then it was my turn to sit in the defendant's chair. And I was saved by that person I called my enemy. I couldn't forgive myself for all that had happened, so I left the prosecutor's office. And I left that note. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death. As well you should have. A prosecutor who has shamed himself with defeat should crawl into a hole and die. Jeez! But that was not what happened. After I left the prosecutor's office, I finally came to realize something. And it was in that moment of clarity that everything began to change. What foolish nonsense. We prosecutors use anything we can to attack the defendant. But every time we did so, no matter how desperate the situation, instead of giving up like most people, that man would hold strong with his undying faith. And then, before I knew it, I began to trust in that man as well. What? You trusted your enemy? It doesn't matter how many underhanded tricks a person uses. The truth will always find a way to make itself known. The only thing we can do is to fight with the knowledge we hold in everything we have. Erasing the paradoxes one by one. It's never easy. We claw and scratch for every inch. But we will always eventually reach that one single truth. This I promise you. Von Karma, didn't your last trial end on defeat? She just pretends they didn't. The truth. Yes, that's the reason why prosecutors and defense attorneys exist. But I'm sure you knew that already, didn't you, Wright? That's why you couldn't forgive me. This man who went into hiding, isn't that right? This man who only had his sights set on victory, who ran away into the night. Is Mr. Edgeworth right, Mr. Nick? You really let me down. When you disappeared, I felt betrayed. The reason I decided to become a lawyer to begin with was because I believed in the things you said to me all those years ago. And you betrayed your own words. That's why 1 year ago, I made up my mind. I decided that the Miles Edgeworth I knew had died. At least, that's what I told myself. You pathetic fool. This Von Karma. I don't want to hear the wretched whimpering of a disgraced loser. A Von Karma is someone who is destined to be perfect. Miles Edgeworth, you are no longer worthy. You are no longer worthy of being a Von Karma. And neither am I. It's over. It's all over. Oh! Francisco threw something on the ground just now. This is an electromagnetic receiver. Isn't that the thing she used to track Detective Gumshoe? I'll return this to the precinct later. There's something else. Excuse me? Isn't that Miss Von Karma's whip? I'll never set foot in another courtroom again. I'm sure that's what she's saying by this action. You should keep this, right? Okay. Nick! Is that Gumshoe? Oh no, it's Maya. Maya! Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! She's back! Oh, look at- okay, that's actually kind of cute. The friend trio is back. Oh, Nick, I knew you would come through. You got on guard convicted like I knew you would. And on top of that, you even rescued me. Well, of course I did. I know you. I would never desert. Oh, you know I would never desert you. But we sure pressed our luck this trial. You're really lucky to be standing here. Whatever. Look, it's over, okay? Besides, if I did croak, I would just come back and haunt you like a bad ghost through Pearl. Is it really that easy to do something like that? Thanks a lot, Nick. Don't mention it. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm relieved you're all right. Aww. Hey, it looks like you've made some real progress, Mr. Edgeworth. Well, I suppose I'm a little different from who I was a year ago. Oh, she's so hungry. It's been days. All right. I think it's time we got out of this depressing place. Huh? Where are we going? Food, Nick. Food, grub, chow. I'm starved. Like, literally starved. I'm so hungry. Even you look like a nice, juicy burger on a bun to me, Nick. You think I look like a burger? I'm a prime rib at least. Come with us, Mr. Edgeworth, please. If you insist. Hey, he's actually joining the gang for food. Let's go. So how about we hit up our usual burger joint? Don't be silly, Nick. Huh? This case messed up that awesome evening and got in the way of my gourmet food. So I've decided that we have to make it up by having another feast. Another feast? Come on, Nick. Food. You can have your food. Oh my god, it's Gumshoe. Hey, pal, sorry to keep you guys waiting. Gumshoe, are you alright? Yeah, but I'm really embarrassed. I didn't think I would hit a telephone pole of all things. A telephone pole. Well, then it wasn't a red light that got him. You did it again, city boy. I felt like my dear old heart was gonna give out on me, and I ain't joking. Yeah, it was more exciting than the very last episode of the Steel Samurai. Thanks. Now looky here, Mr. Snooty Prosecutor, don't you reckon you bullied Mr. Wright too hard? If you don't start being a lot nicer to him, he just might kick it tonight even. I'll keep that in mind. Well, come on now, everyone gather around. Y'all are gonna get your picture taken by a genuine professional photographer. Looks like Lotta bought herself a new camera. Well, pal, at least we can put this messy case behind us now. Come on, tonight's all about eating, so let's go chow down, pal. Amen to that, pal. Amen. You know, what do you think about it? You were the one who saved the day, detective. Huh? Me? You really think so? He's right. If it wasn't for the 3 items you took, I think this trial would have had a very different ending. Ah, well, you know, it's... Oh, and he just starts laughing. Huh? Wait. That's odd. When I ran off with the things from the killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir. What? 4? Yeah, I'm sure I put one of the items in my coat pocket. There was a 4th item? Aw, come on, y'all, it's over. But oh boy, I tell you, you really are something else. Between getting accused of murder and getting kidnapped, never a dull moment with you, huh? You think? Why does she look so happy about that? But being shut away for 2 whole days? Weren't you scared? Yeah, it was really scary. I felt so hopeless. So to keep my mind off things, I drew a picture. Sounds like you had it rough, gal. So where's this picture of yours? Yeah, I want to see it. I want to see Mr. Mike's picture. You know, I don't know where it went. Aw, that's too bad. Well, it's alright. It wasn't anything important anyway. How much you want to bet it was that 4th thing that was missing? Ah, sure it's nice to finally see them both smiling again. What is it, Edgeworth? This thing is picking something up. Ah! That's Miss Von Karma's receiver. Ugh. Thanks to her, I had the most awful experience of my life, sir. I can't believe she stuck a tracking device on me. That's odd, even though you're standing right here. The tracking device seems to be in a different location. Oh, it's probably busted or something, sir. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm afraid it's about time for me to Is it on the assassin? Imagine. I still have some work to do. Huh? But Mr. Edgeworth, you haven't even eaten anything yet. And you've eaten... Lord. I had fun tonight now, if you'll excuse me. Wow, he actually had fun! Wait. What? I just want to say thanks, Edgeworth. You really saved me out there. If anyone should be saying thanks, it should be me, right? I feel like words alone aren't enough here. I wonder if there's anything I can give him to express how I feel. Nothing quite says thanks for being a bro. Like, it has a certain mysterious nostalgia to it. You know what? Here. What's that? Thank you. It's all thanks to you two. You and her. You don't need to thank me. I was only doing my job. Attorney badge. Always. It looks like Mr. Edgeworth has left Mr. Nick. Hey, Mystic Maya. Yes, Pearl? I guess you two can go back to being lovey-dovey, right? You and Mr. Nick, I mean. Pearl, would you cut it out already? You're embarrassing me. Anyway, so who's paying for this lovely dinner party? As if you need to ask. Everyone say thank you to Nick. Huh? Yeah, I'm kind of at a point where I can't even buy instant noodles, pal. So I kind of already put your name on the bill. Huh? Huh? Yeah, I got me a situation just like that myself. Where's this camera shop in this hotel? See? I just bought myself this good old beauty here. It'd be better anyhow for $3,000. Actually, I reckon you bought it for me since it's on your tab and all. Isn't this great, Mr. Nick? Yeah, Nick. Why do I suddenly feel like screaming? Aw, you don't need to hold back now, you hear? What, why are you even? Well, because we're having the dinner party at the hotel and she was here. This is going to be the first time I hear the real you. Go on, it's been a while since I heard you say it. I've been busy being a hostage and all. Alright, then if you say so. Alright, come on. I want to grab a thumbnail out of this. I just wish it wasn't so long. Also slow. You really came through for me, Nick. Yay! I had to hide that letter, but I knew you'd find it. I really feel like I've been living on the edge lately. I mean, I've escaped death 3 times now. Pretty cool, huh? I feel like a pro. Lord, ma'am. But yeah, so that means Thursday we are going to be kicking off with the 3rd game, which I believe is Trials and Tribulations. I'm so happy that you could save Mystic Maya. Nice. But yeah. So, anyway, but yeah, so basically, assuming streams don't get canceled due to internet instability, especially weather-related instability, because it's gonna be really hot towards the end of the week. Last I saw it was gonna be 90-ish. So, yeah, in theory, we are going to be doing more Phoenix Wright then. So that should be nice and fun. We are, like I said, starting a new game, so that'll be really nice. But yeah, so basically, we're just gonna let the credits roll so I can actually like land a save down. And then, oh my god, it's almost 9 o'clock. I am so hungry. Oh my god, it's been so long since this case. It's been so long. I'm gonna be a waitress from now on and bring smiles and joy to the people who come by the restaurant. You know what, Maggie? That's fair. Trials and Tribulations is very good, by the way. Nice. That I love to hear. Cause I've heard good things about this particular. Honestly, from the sounds of it, they just keep getting better the further out you get from the original. Cause like, oh, she's going to be crushed. Yeah. 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 If not by the customers, probably the other servers. And if not by the other servers, it's gonna be her grill line. Oh god. And if it's not the grill line, it's gonna be her manager. Restaurants are brutal. Honestly, I'm holding on to that one as a possible thumbnail. Just because anything with Max honestly looks really cool. Because they keep giving him these really cool poses. Oh, except for this one. But yeah, so I wish there was a way to like speed up the credits. But yeah, so man, it feels like it's been 2 million years since some of these cases, and like this game only has like 5. Like I'm pretty sure this actually. How many cases does? Hey Taper, how many cases are in the original, including the quote-unquote DLC one? Is it what, 5 or 6? Cause for whatever reason, this one feels longer than 4. Was that including the DLC case, or? Yeah, because if it was 4 including the DLC case, then that explains everything. It's 5 in the DS version, it's 4 in the OG. Okay, so, well, no, because this one includes the 5th case from the DS version, because that's the one that gets you the luminol and the print dusting. The trials in this one were much longer. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That for sure was much longer, and they got long fast too. Cause like obviously the tutorial one is always going to be really fast, because it's just the tutorial, right? That's just there to introduce you to everything. The first actual trial is still fairly short. I mean, it still gave you like all the phases, but it was still pretty short. But then as soon as you get to, I forget what the third one was, but as soon as you get to the circus, that's when everything like goes out into eternity practically. And then of course this particular one was like massive. The tutorial one was still like a full stream though. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. But yeah, no, honestly, no, this one was very long. And I mean, I know like streams got canceled due to the weather, but what is this? International Departures Gate 12? Excuse me. The last 2 cases were both 3 streams each. Yeah. Where are you going, Francisca? Is she going back to Germany? How did you know I was here? With the... Oh, she had her own bug on her! I heard you were planting things on a certain person. Things like tracking devices in his coat, for example. That's just like you. I only planted it there because he was always wearing it. This filthy drab coat of his. I don't know how it ended up in my luggage. But it's going in the trash, I promise you that. No, it's not. Oh, that's right. Speaking of that man, he told me something very interesting. When I ran out, oh, he's gonna ask her what happened to the 4th thing. What was the 4th thing? 4 things? It seems he put the last one in his coat pocket. He put it in here? It doesn't matter anymore. The case is already over. What are you going to do now? Aw, are they friends? Frenemies? That's none of your business. Are you running away? Shut up! You don't understand a thing. You can't possibly understand what it means to be Manfred von Karma's daughter. Francisca. So many expectations from everyone around me. Expectations I must fulfill. Aww, I feel so bad for her. I'm expected to win no matter what, and failure? Such a thing is not an option for me. My father was a genius. There's no doubt about that. But me, I'm no genius. I've always known that. Aww. I had to be one. I had to. You may not be a genius like your father, but you are a prosecutor. You have been and always will be. No, I'm not. Not anymore. I've even thrown my whip away. Speaking of that, Wright gave me this to hold on to. So both games were 7 streams, but 3 of the first streams were from the DLC case. Oh, wow. Sheesh. You knew something like this would happen, didn't you? So in actuality, the OG game was 4? Wow. I'm going to say this again. We prosecutors do not fight for personal honor or pride. I hope you will think deeply about what you should be striking down with that whip. You haven't changed a bit. You've always left me alone and walked on ahead without me. Miles Edgeworth, I've always hated you. And then, finally, my chance to take my revenge on you arrived. If I could win against that man, if I could make Phoenix Wright bow down in defeat, then this girl you left behind would have risen higher than you. That was supposed to be my revenge. Aww. I see. No, I can't do it. I can't change who I am. I can't throw away everything I've been until today. I believe you can. Just like how Adrian Andrews did. Adrian Andrews? You were going to use her during the trial, right? But you were dependent on your father by using his tactics, isn't that right? Oh, sir. The accusations being leveled. Today you chased after me after I had left you behind all these years. And that's why we're standing here now, side by side. But I have no intention of stopping. If you say you are going to quit your walk down the prosecutor's path, then this is where we part ways, Francisca von Karma. Sir! No! Francisca, don't cry. No, I'm Francisca von Karma. Don't think I'm going to walk in your shadow forever. No, don't cry! No. Our battle begins now. So you had better prepare yourself, Miles Edgeworth. It's so easy to forget she's like 18, maybe 19, and then she does that and it's like, oh, that's right. Wait, how did Edgeworth get into the airport without a ticket and with a whip? Good question. Phoenix Wright, one day, someday, I'm sure we'll meet again in battle. Oh, I think I missed it. Until then, this last piece of evidence that never made it to you, I'll take good care of this 4th piece. What is it? So I can give it to you when at last we meet again. Wow. And you expect Phoenix. You expect Nick to actually remember? No. Oh, it's the Shelly card. Aww. That's actually a sick pick too. Wow. Yeah, wow, there's only 4 cases in that one? I thought there was more. Sheesh. Cool. So, that is all of them. Alright. Alright, game, be quiet. There's talking to do. Alright, so, it has been eventful. Oh, I'm just closing Phoenix Wright in the background, don't mind me. But yeah, so that was a very long, very good stream. I'm starving. So I'm going to go get some food. Hopefully we will be seeing each other again Thursday for the beginning of Trials and Tribulations. And then we are going to just keep going with Phoenix Wright until we are done with that. And then, whenever that happens, probably somewhere in the next several weeks, we will be swapping over to a new game. I haven't quite decided which game I wanted to do. I kind of want to do a less well-known game, or something a little more niche, I guess. Because Phoenix Wright has a lot of, I don't want to say mainstream appeal, but a lot of people who aren't necessarily into mystery games have definitely played it. So there are options. I kind of want to do actually Lucifer Within Us. Actually seems like a good one. It's a little on the shorter side, but from what I've been seeing of it, it's very good. and I think I got it off like itch.io or something like that, or like Humble Bundle during like a charity bundle at some point. So it would be really cool to actually stream it, and kind of explore that. But otherwise, like, I have a bunch of other options. So, like, we could wind up, if we wanted to do more, like, visual novels, I guess, we could do Orwell. Or, technically speaking, we could also do Orwell, Ignorance is Strength, but it's functionally a sequel, so probably do that one after the other one. But yeah, we'll figure that one out when we figure it out. But until then, Phoenix Wright is on the menu for an entire game. But yeah, so I look forward to seeing folks on Thursday, and hope y'all have a good rest of your week. Take care, everyone. Bye.